Now you're listening to Live Interactive English. Pay attention, everybody. Hi everyone, welcome to Live Interactive English. This is Karen.
Hello everybody, I am Shane.
Today we're looking at day 1 of our story and it's called The 5 Boons of Life. And the vocabulary words are fairy.
Fairy.
The little fairy had the power of magic.
Valuable.
Valuable.
That gold ring is quite valuable.
Warn.
Warn.
Mrs. Waters warned her son not to go into the forest after dark.
Good advice. Precious.
Precious.
My memories of my time in school are precious to me.
Aww. Replace.
Replace.
They replaced all of the car's tires with new ones. So we have a story today called The 5 Boons of Life.
Okay, so there's a fairy, I remember that.
That's right, and there is a man.
Okay, and so he can choose one of 5 things?
That's right, the fairy asked the man to choose one of 5 things. Okay. There are 5 gifts that you can choose.
Gifts, okay. So what are these gifts?
One is fame, one is love, one is riches.
Oh, and then I remember there's pleasure and death.
That's right.
So death is a gift?
Well, we don't know because the fairy said only one of them is valuable.
Oh, okay.
So choose wisely.
So what does he choose first?
He chose pleasure first. But soon, the joy didn't last.
So the pleasure just kind of went away.
That's right.
Pretty quickly, right? And then I remember he chose love.
That's right.
That seems good. Choosing love. Love is what makes the world go round.
That's right. Well, that's what I thought too. But you know what happened? He met the love of his life, but then many years later, she died.
Whoa! So sad.
That's right. So I don't know what's going to happen next.
All right, well, I guess we'll see what he's going to choose next on day 2.
That's right. Okay, enjoy today's story.
Enjoy.
The 5 Boons of Life.
Once upon a time, a young man was visited by a fairy. The fairy offered him one of 5 possible gifts. The choices that she gave him were fame, love, riches, pleasure, and death. Choose wisely, the fairy said, for only one of them is valuable.
Welcome to Live Interactive English Magazine. Today's lesson is called The 5 Boons of Life. Day 1. Hi everyone, my name is Jeff, and yes, I said boons there, and not booms, like kaboom.
No, not boom, which would be B-O-O-M. That's the sound of an explosion or a bomb. It goes boom. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the 5 boons of life. And as far as I understand it, a boon is like a positive thing. It's like a benefit. It's something good that comes into your life. Like having a loving family is a boon, or growing up healthy and safe is a boon to your future life. It's a good thing. It's a positive thing.
It's a boon.
It's a boon.
A good thing. B-O-O-N and not B-O-O-M. No. We're not talking about kabooms, explosions, things like that. Anyways, let's get started with our story. Once upon a time, a young man was visited by a fairy. Now, here we have the word fairy. It's a noun. When I think of fairies, I think of Disney movies like Peter Pan. Tinkerbell in that movie is a fairy. Usually, a fairy is a small fictional female character that flies around, let's say, and has some special powers. That's what a fairy is. For example, the little fairy had the power of magic.
This fairy appears, and of course, fairies often bring magic and wonderful things. And what happens? It says the fairy offered him one of 5 possible gifts. So these gifts from a fairy, these might be our boons, right? Fairies generally bring good things magically into your life. You never hear about a fairy causing death or destruction. Of course, they always bring wonderful good things. And this young man has the choice of 5 different gifts. So what are the choices?
There you go. The choices that she, the fairy, gave him were fame,
being famous,
love,
being in love,
riches,
being rich,
pleasure,
being happy,
and death.
being dead. That last one is not so good.
No, that didn't seem to make sense there because we don't have evil fairies, but the fairy is saying that I can bring you death, I can kill you, I can make you die. That doesn't make sense to me.
Not really. It's a slightly different fairy. 4 out of 5 were pretty normal, but that last one was a bit of a curveball. Anyways, so the fairy, though, does have a little bit of information, a little bit of a warning. It says, choose wisely, the fairy said, for only one of them is valuable. Very interesting. So choose wisely, make your choice wisely or carefully, for or because only one of the 5 is valuable. Interesting. I think 4 of them were pretty good. The last one, not so good. But apparently only one of those choices is valuable. If something's valuable, this adjective means it's worth a lot. Now, that could be a lot of money, like a painting, an old Picasso painting could be valuable, or a diamond ring could be valuable. But we can also talk about friends and family and good health and peace and happiness as being valuable. These are things that when people have them, they really should appreciate them and treasure them. You can't put a dollar number on it, but it's still important and it's still valuable. For example, that gold ring is quite valuable.
So, it's worth a lot, or it means a lot to you, or maybe it could be both of these things.
It could be your grandfather's wedding ring.
There you go. All right, folks, with that, it's time for us to take a break, but don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Dad?
Hello， 大家好，我是 Hanny。今天要读的短篇故事是马克·吐温的作品，叫做《The Five Boons of Life》，生命的5种恩赐。其中这个 boon， 它是指恩赐、福祉或者是利益好处，意思就跟 benefit 很相近。那老师提到另外一个跟 boon 发音很相近的字 boom， 好。boom 这个字它是指轰隆隆的声响，像是枪炮声啊、爆炸声 boom 这样。好，那么故事一开始提到，从前有一位小精灵，他来造访一名年轻的男子。那这个精灵他提供5个礼物，让男子从中选一个。这5个礼物分别是名望、爱情、财富、愉悦还有死亡。那精灵就提醒他要做出明智的选择，因为5个选项当中就只有一个是有价值的。我们先来看单字 fairy 表示小精灵或者是小仙子。那么 valuable 它是形容有价值的或者是贵重的、宝贵的。而补充单字 fame 它是指名望或是声誉。刚刚 Mike 老师他很疑惑，他想说死亡怎么会是一种恩赐呢？那老师用到 curveball 来描述死亡这个选项。curveball 就是指棒球那种曲线球。那我们可以用 throw somebody a curveball， 投给某人一记曲球，那就表示是给予某个人意外的难题，去刁难某人。接华课文中。
The Five Boons of Life.
Without thinking, the young man chose pleasure, and so the next few years of his life were filled with pleasures. But the joy that he experienced didn't last.
These years I have wasted. If I could choose again, I would choose wisely,
He said to himself.
So the fairy says, hey,
Yes.
young man, choose wisely. Only one of these things really has true meaning. Only one of these choices that you can choose is truly valuable. But this is a young man, okay? This is an immature young man. So without thinking, the young man probably made the wrong decision. Yes,
Which one did he choose?
Without thinking, the young man chose pleasure.
Pleasure. So he wants to have fun, go to parties, have a great time, that kind of thing. Well, that is something that a young person might be attracted to. So what happened? And so it says the next few years of his life were filled with pleasures. He went to all the parties. He became popular. He drank a lot of wine or whatever he did, but he had a really, really good time. But of course, you can't live like a rock star for your whole life, can you?
Ask Keith Richards about that, even though he has lived to a very old age. Anyways, he had plenty of fun. His life was filled with pleasures.
Wine, women, and song.
But the joy that he experienced, it didn't last. He says, "These years I have wasted. If I could choose again, I would choose wisely." And yes, he said this to himself, okay? I would choose wisely if I had the chance to choose again. Mike, do you think that he's going to get the chance to choose again?
Well, I don't know. Fairies don't come along every day, but since we're only part way into our story, I'd say he will get a chance to choose again, but it'll have to happen after this break.
名望、爱情、财富、愉悦，还有死亡，同学们会选哪一个呢？故事里面的年轻人他不加思索的选了愉悦。年轻人的直觉就是要狂欢啊，要享乐。那接下来这几年呢，他的人生充满了喜悦，但这些喜悦并不持久，狂欢之后反而更空虚。那这个年轻人就后悔了，他觉得自己是在虚度青春，这些年都白过了。要是他可以再选一次，他就会做出明智的选择。那刚刚 Jeff 老师用到 immature 这个形容词是表示幼稚的啊，或是不够成熟的。那相反的 mature 就是形容成熟的、稳重的。好，另外课文里面的 A be filled with B 这个句型，它表示 A 充满了 B。接回到课文中。
The Five Boons of Life.
The fairy again appeared to him and offered him a gift, but this time only 4 choices were left. She warned him that only one of them was precious. After thinking for a while, the man chose love. Soon after, the man found the love of his life, and the two spent many happy years together. But when she died, the man was heartbroken. The love that had made him so happy was replaced by bitter sadness.
Okay, here's the question. The boy thinks, or the young man thinks, that if he could choose again, that he would choose wisely. So, is he going to get that chance? Is the fairy going to come back? The answer is...
Yeah. The fairy will come back, and the fairy does come back, and it happens right now. It says the fairy again appeared to him and offered him a gift, but this time only 4 choices were left. Remember, pleasure was his first choice, so that's off the list. He's only got 4 left. And this time, again, the fairy gives him a little bit of a warning, right? This fairy says, be careful. Why should he be careful this time?
She warned him, or she said, be careful. She warned him that only one of them, one of these choices, was precious. So before she said, remember, only one of these choices is valuable. Now she's saying that only one of them is precious. She's giving this person a warning. Okay, earlier Mike said that the fairy gave this person a warning. If you give someone a warning, you are warning them of something. And yes, warn, the verb, is our next vocabulary word. If you warn someone of something, you're telling them that something bad or possibly dangerous might be coming up, and you're telling them to be prepared. Or you're telling them not to do that thing at all, maybe. Anyways, yes, if you warn someone, you're giving that person advice on how to act in the future. For example, Mrs. Waters warned her son not to go into the forest after dark. Yeah, this is my advice to you, son. Don't go into the forest when it's dark outside because dangerous things might be there. You can get hurt, eaten by a bear, who knows? I'm warning you, don't go into the forest after dark. Anyway, back to the fairy. I think she just used the word precious?
That's right. Last time she warned him that only one choice was valuable. This time she warned him that only one choice was precious. Well, actually, precious and valuable are very, very similar in meaning. But remember how I said valuable is something that could be worth a lot of money, like a diamond ring or an old painting. Precious is a little bit more on the emotional side. The way that valuable can be something that is important to you emotionally, even if it's not worth a lot of money. You can have a precious old picture or a precious old piece of jewelry from your grandmother, but you wouldn't really talk about a precious Ferrari motor car unless it was, owned by your granddad or something. It would be valuable. It's worth a lot of money. Precious, though, is usually worth a lot of feelings, a lot of emotions, all right? So that's when we use this adjective precious. For example, my memories of my time in school are precious to me. I can't put a dollar number on it, but they're very important emotionally. All right, so what does the man do? It says, after thinking for a while, this time it says the man chose love. So he chose pleasure the first time. He's a little older, a little more mature. He chose love. Soon after, the man found the love of his life, and the two spent many happy years together.
But.
Okay, that's pretty good.
But there's a catch, okay?
No.
But when she died, okay? The man was heartbroken.
Well, he lost the love of his life.
Lost the love of his life. And the love that had made him so happy was then replaced by bitter sadness. Gosh, so pleasure, that's out. And now love, that's out too. Love has failed him, apparently. It has been replaced now by bitter sadness. Now, before we take a break here, let's talk about the word replace, okay? Usually when you replace something, you take something old, okay, you throw it out, and you put something new in its place, okay? Let's say your iPhone breaks. You might take it to the Apple store, and they will replace it with a new iPhone.
For free?
Yay! Sometimes. Sometimes if you have the Apple Care Insurance plan. Anyways, this person used to have love in their heart, and that went away, and what took its place was this bitter sadness. That's what this word replace is all about. In this case, anyways, yes, the word replace here is a verb, and we've got an example sentence for you guys. They replaced all of the car's tires with new ones.
Okay.
Out with the old, in with the new.
I see.
All right, folks, with that, day one of our story is now in the books, and it's time for us to say bye-bye.
Take care.
年轻人一开始选择愉悦，但是他得到的只是短暂的享乐。如果可以再选一次，他就会做出明智的选择。那没想到这小精灵真的又再次出现咯，要提供他一个礼物。那这次只有4个选项，也就是名望、爱情、财富还有死亡。小精灵又警告男子说，其中只有一项是珍贵的。那男子思考一下，他就决定要选爱情。很快的，他就找到他这辈子的真爱，两个人快快乐乐过了很多年。那直到另外一半过世，他的心都碎了。曾经让他很快乐的爱情，现在已经被苦涩的悲伤取代了。好，最后来看3个单字 warn 这个动词它表示告诫、警告或是提醒。我们常常用 warn somebody of something 或者是 warn somebody about something 来表达警告某人某事、提醒某人某事。好，它的名词是在字尾加 ing warning 就表示警告、告诫或者是警报。再来看 precious 它是形容珍贵的、宝贵的。那么 replace 这个动词它表示取代、替换。那常见的用法是 replace A with B， 表达用 B 来取代 A。那文中它是用被动语态 A be replaced by B， 也就是 A 被 B 取代了。好啦，以上是这些讲解，同学们别走开，马上回来哦。大家好，我是 Hanny。在今天的课程中，我们要介绍2个文法重点。第一个是 for 做连接词，第二个是与现在事实相反的假设句。首先，我们来学习 for 当连接词的用法。for 做连接词表示因为，用来引导表示原因的子句。for 引导的子句通常接在主要子句的后方，例如Mia looked tired and had dark circles under her eyes. for she hadn't slept well all week. Mia 看起来很疲惫，而且有黑眼圈，因为她整个礼拜都没有睡好。最后，我们来学习与现在事实相反的假设句。If 可以用来引导与现在事实相反或是不太可能成真的假设句。那它的句型是 if 主词加上过去式动词，逗号主词加上 would、could 或是 might 加上原形动词，或者是 if 加上主词加上 were， 逗号主词加上 would、could 或是 might 加上原形动词。要特别注意的是，当 if 此句中的动词是 be 动词时，无论人称为何，一律用 were。例如If I had $1 million, I would travel around the world. 要是我有100万美元，我会去环游世界。If I were you, I would tell mom the truth. 如果我是你的话，我就会跟妈妈说实话。顺便帮同学们补充与过去事实相反的假设句，它的句型是 if 加上主词加 had 加过去分词，逗号主词加上 would、could 或是 might 再加 have 加过去分词。例如 If I had known the secret, I would have told you. 要是我之前就知道那个秘密，我早就告诉你了。以上是今天的重点整理，我们下次见喽 See you next time, bye!
I can't believe how fast the time has passed by. Wow, we sure had a great time today. Hope you can join us again for Live Interactive English. See you next time.
Now you're listening to Live Interactive English. Pay attention, everybody.
Hi everyone, welcome to Live Interactive English. This is Karen.
Hi everybody, I'm Shane.
Today we're looking at day 2 of our story called The 5 Boons of Life. And the vocabulary words are remain.
Remain.
Only 3 slices of cake remain.
You ate all of the cake? Oh my gosh.
I was hungry.
Envy.
Envy.
Out of envy, Tim stole his brother's toy.
Regret.
Regret.
I don't regret my decision to come here.
I'm glad. Shame.
Shame.
He couldn't keep his promise, and he felt shame because of that. Not Shane, shame.
That's right. Shame. Poverty.
Poverty.
Mr. Mills grew up in poverty. His family had very little money.
All right, so we've got a fairy, we've got this guy. He's used 2 wishes, so what's his 3rd wish?
Oh, he chose the 3rd gift, right?
Yeah, okay.
3rd gift was fame.
Fame, so he becomes very famous, right? That's cool.
But a lot of people envied and hated him.
Haters. There were haters. Oh, that's the worst.
So he wasn't really happy.
Okay.
And then after fame, he chose...
Being rich.
Yeah, because who wants to choose death, right?
Right, so rich. So that's cool. He's going to be rich. Lots of money. You can buy it. Happiness, right?
No, but the thing is, you can spend all your money, and that's what he did.
Oh.
And he spent it all, and he was very, very poor in the end.
So the only thing that's left is death.
Does that mean death is the most valuable gift?
Interesting.
I don't know. I really don't know. We have to read the ending to find out.
So he should have chose death? That's what... Oh, okay, I'm very curious to see how this ends.
Okay, enjoy today's lesson.
Enjoy.
The 5 Boons of Life.
Once again, the fairy appeared and offered the man a choice among the 3 remaining gifts. This time, the man chose fame. Before long, the whole world praised his name, but in the end, he became the subject of envy and hate.
Welcome to Live Interactive English Magazine. Today's lesson is called The 5 Boons of Life. Day 2. Hello everyone, I'm Jeff.
And I'm Mike. Yes, we're talking about the 5 boons, the 5 great things, the 5 benefits, the 5 wonderful gifts of life. In our story, we have a young man who met a fairy who offered him all 5, but gave him a warning that only one was valuable. The young man first chose pleasure and spent many years living it up, partying all the time, but realized that at the end of it, it left him empty. You can't have a good life when you just party all the time. So the second choice was love.
Love.
He fell in love, but then he lost his love when his wife died after many years of happiness, and he wasn't happy anymore. His love was replaced with great bitterness and sadness.
There you go.
So there he is. He hasn't found really any great things yet.
Anyways, once again, our story for today begins. Once again, the fairy appeared.
Yeah, she's back.
The fairy appeared and offered the man a choice among the 3 remaining gifts.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what he's going to choose right now, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to pick death.
No, that was one of the choices. That was the last one that the fairy mentioned, and obviously the one we would think is the worst one. I choose to die, please. Yeah, no.
You choose it last.
Most people would not choose that, but it's getting down there because he had 5 choices. He's already chosen 2, so that means there are only 3 remaining gifts. And to remain, this verb means to be left over, right? Generally, we're talking about a group of things. Some things have gone or been taken away or been spent, and what remains is what is left over. If you have $100 and you spend $40, then $60 will remain. It's left over after the others are gone. For example, only 3 slices of cake remain.
So there are only 3 slices of cake left.
That's right. Maybe 5 of them have been eaten.
Okay, anyways, this time, the man chose fame.
He wants to be famous.
He wants to be famous and well-known all over the world. And before long, because he's famous, before long, the whole world praised his name. But in the end, he became the subject of envy and hate. This does not sound good to me at all. Now, before we take a break, let's talk about the noun envy. Okay, envy is a feeling that you have, a negative, bad, nasty feeling that you have when you want something that someone else has. So, very often when people are famous, okay, they are the subject of envy because other people want that fame. They want to be famous too, and they're angry that they can't be famous like you are. Now, you can envy other things besides fame and things like that. You can envy someone's possessions or objects or things like that as well. Okay? By the way, envy is a whole lot like jealousy. Anyways, for example, out of envy, Tim stole his brother's toy. He wanted the toy.
Yeah, he wanted that toy. He couldn't have it, so he took it because his envy made him do that bad deed. Too bad. All right, let's take a break, and we'll be back to find out what happens next with the man's 2 remaining choices.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Hanny。我们在第一天的故事读到，小精灵向年轻男子提供5个礼物。那男子他第一次选了愉悦，但是几年后他意识到自己虚度青春。那后来选择了爱情，可是爱情带来的快乐并不是永恒的。当他的爱人过世的时候，只剩下悲伤陪伴着他。好，接着小精灵又再次出现了，让男子在剩下的3个礼物当中做选择，那就是名望、财富、死亡。这一次呢，男子选择了名望。那不久之后，全世界都在赞扬他的名声。可是俗话说，人怕出名，猪怕肥。太有名，你反而会招致各种麻烦。那到最后，男子反而成为人们嫉妒和憎恨的对象了。我们先来看2个单字 ，remain。Remain 是动词，它表示剩下或是遗留或者是继续存在。那课文里面是用 remain 的现在分词 remaining 来当形容词来形容剩下的。好，那么 envy 表示羡慕、嫉妒。envy 也可以当动词来表达羡慕、嫉妒。那它的形容词是 envious 表示嫉妒的、羡慕的。顺便补充一个意思相近的字 jealousy 表示妒忌，这是指心生妒恨、带有负面情绪的那种妒忌。那它的形容词是 jealous 就是妒忌的、吃醋的。好，另外文中的 subject 在这边它是当名词，表示对象或是目标，像是人家议论啊、批评的对象或者是调查的对象。再来看文中的副词片语 before long 它表示很快地或者是不久后。接华课文中
The 5 boons of life.
The fairy showed up a 4th time.
2 gifts remain.
She said,
In the beginning, there was but one that was precious, and it is still here.
He chose riches and became very rich. Now he could buy anything he wanted, and he did. But 3 years later, he had spent all his money and was poor.
Where before there were 3 remaining gifts, now there are 2. Yeah, the fairy now, she's going to come back. The fairy showed up a 4th time and she said, 2 gifts remain. That's what she said.
That's right. 2 gifts remain. 2 gifts are left. In the beginning, she reminds him, in the beginning, there was but one that was precious, and it is still here. Well, interesting. So she's saying in the beginning, the first thing she told him when he had 5 choices, that was that one is precious, one is valuable, and she's reminding him that that choice is still there. He hasn't picked the valuable or precious one.
So either riches or death.
Or death.
You've got to go with riches. Riches are valuable and precious, okay, by definition. Anyways, he chose riches next.
He went for the money.
He went for the money. He chose riches and became very rich.
All right. And of course, if he was very rich, it says now he could buy anything he wanted. And he did. He went on a shopping spree. He burned up his credit cards. He had Amazon delivering things to his apartment every hour. But 3 years later, he had spent all his money and was poor. So he burned through all of this cash. He filled his house with luxury goods and items. But at the end of it, he was broke. He was poor, broke, and probably unhappy too. So there you go. Money is not the secret to happiness. Money can't buy me love.
Sounds like death is the really precious choice.
Well, it's the only one left, isn't it?
And we're going to get to that right after a break.
Oh, gosh.
So this fairy wasn't evil, but death is good? Weird.
故事里面的男子他已经体验过愉悦、爱情还有名声这3种礼物了。那么精灵又再次出现，现在就只剩下2个：财富跟死亡。那精灵说，在一开始就只有一项礼物是珍贵的，他还没有被选走诶。但不管怎么样，正常人都不会选择死亡啊。那故事里面的男子他就选了财富，他确实变得很有钱，那也尽情的买任何他想要的东西。3年后呢，他把所有的钱花光了，变得很贫穷。那刚刚 Mike 老师说，这个男子呢，他把钱都败在奢侈品上，很快就把钱花光了。老师用到 burn through 这个片语动词呢，表示很快的花光，或者是迅速的消耗。它的受词通常是跟钱有关的字，像是 money 或者是 savings 等等。老师还用到 luxury 是指奢侈奢华，它常常摆在名词的前面，像 luxury goods、luxury items 这些都是指奢侈品。接话课文中。
The 5 boons of life.
He regretted his choices. Pleasure, love, fame, and riches had only brought him pain, grief, shame, and poverty. The fairy appeared to him one last time, and the man asked her for death, the only gift he hadn't received. But it was too late. The fairy had given that gift to someone else. All that was left for the man was something that he neither wanted nor deserved: old age.
Okay, the man. He's now a man. He regretted his choices.
Yeah.
Pleasure, love, fame, and riches had only brought him pain, grief, shame, and then poverty.
Wow.
So only death is left. Apparently, death is good.
Yeah.
Fairies are good, so is death. I am so confused.
Yeah, he went for the easy options, but he learned that the easy options were the bad options, and in the end, they made him unhappy. Boy, he really would wish to go back in time and change his actions, do things again, have a second chance.
So you're saying it would have been better for him to pick death first, right off the bat?
Well, death doesn't disappoint you. You know what you're getting. I guess. I don't know if that's the lesson. But the point here we're trying to make is that he's made these decisions, but later on he feels these were bad decisions. And if he could, he would go back to change them. That feeling is the word regret. That verb to regret means to feel bad for something that you've done in the past and kind of wish that you could do things differently. If you have a bad day and snap at your friend and hurt your friendship, you might regret that. For example, I don't regret my decision to come here. It was difficult. It was a challenge. I had to work hard, but I'm happy I did it. I don't regret that decision. But some things you might regret because you feel shame afterwards.
You betcha. Sometimes I feel regret. I think, oh, I wish I hadn't done that. I wish I would have done something else. And very often when I feel that feeling of regret, I do feel shame. Yeah, shame's a bad and negative feeling that you feel when you feel you've made a mistake or when you feel like you've done something wrong. You feel embarrassed and you feel like you can't show your face to other people. You feel like you're a criminal, a bad person, a clown, a silly person, something like that, okay? By the way, the word shame is a noun. Shameful would be the adjective, full of shame. You're feeling a whole lot of shame if you're feeling shameful. Anyways, for example, he couldn't keep his promise and he felt shame because of that. I have failed and I can't show my face. I feel so much shame.
Yeah, it's kind of like losing face, right? We sometimes use that expression when you feel shame, when you feel embarrassed or something like that. But there's no shame in poverty. It happens to people, right? Poverty, this noun is just the state of being poor. If you don't have a lot of money, you're living in a state of poverty. Poverty is a big problem in the world these days, of course, as we know, as there are a few rich people, but many, many much poorer people. Those people would live in poverty. And of course, we try to work hard and get people out of poverty so they can make more money and have a better life. For example, Mr. Mills grew up in poverty. His family had very little money, but he worked hard and he became a general and he opened a big food company.
Great.
Yeah.
And he did that without the help of a fairy.
Nope.
Anyways, the fairy is back in our story. The fairy, it says next, the fairy appeared to him one last time.
With that one option.
And the man asked her for death.
There you go, option 5.
The only gift he hadn't received. He said, fairy, you're back. Kill me. I'm asking for death.
Wow. He's not picking it just because it's the only one left. He's picking it because he wants it. He wants his life to end. He's had this life that he regrets and he's made all these bad decisions. So he's like, that's it. I can't take it anymore. I want to die. But it was too late. He'd missed the boat. The train had left the station and he wasn't on it. It was too late. The fairy had given that gift to someone else. So he has to live forever in a state of shame?
Shame and grief and loss.
Terrible. Poor guy.
Anyways, all that was left for the man was something that he neither wanted nor deserved. Old age. Gosh. Anyways, that's it for our story, but Mike and I are not finished. Up next, we've got the what do you think question to ask and then answer. Mike, what do you think? Do you agree that most of these things, or most of these gifts, I should say, will only bring bad things?
I don't think so, since some of them can be used in good ways. Right? If you have riches, you don't have to spend it shopping. You can spend it doing good things and helping other people. So it kind of depends how you use these gifts. But in some ways, the story is true. The gifts can be tempting, but they can also lead your life off in a bad direction.
There you go. With that, folks, though, today's lesson and this story in total is now complete, and it's time for us to say bye-bye.
Be careful.
男子过去选了愉悦、爱情、名望、财富，那最后带来的只是痛苦、悲伤、耻辱，还有贫穷。他很后悔。现在小精灵又再次出现在他面前，男子向他要了唯一一个他没有得到的礼物，那就是死亡。可是小精灵说：“ 太迟了，他已经把那个礼物送给别人了。于是这个男子他只能面对他自己不想要也不该得到的东西，那就是老年。之所以说这个男子呢，他不该得到老年，是因为他以前不懂得珍惜，做出太多错误的选择，所以也不配活到这么老。好，最后来看单字 regret。regret 它是当动词，表示对什么什么感到后悔、遗憾。regret 也可以当名词，表示悔恨啊、懊悔、遗憾等等。那么 shame 是当名词，表示丢脸、耻辱或是羞愧。那它的形容词是在字尾加 ful 变成 shameful。shameful 就是形容可耻的或是丢脸的。Mike 老师刚刚有补充，要表达丢脸，你可以直接说 lose face 就可以了。好，下一个单字 poverty 它表示贫穷、贫困。那么补充单字 grief 它是指悲痛、悲伤，是当名词。至于 deserve 这个动词则是表达应得的或是应该得到的。好啦，那么以上是这些讲解，同学别走开，马上回来哦。大家好，我是 Hanny。在今天的课程中，我们要介绍4个文法重点。第一个是 in the end 的不同意思。第二个是句型 all that 主词加动词 is 加名词。第三个是 neither A nor B。第4个是破折号的用法。首先，我们来学习副词片语 in the end 的不同意思。第一种是指最后，或者是经过一番演变之后，结果怎么样。例如 Those hikers made their way back to the campsite in the end. 那些进行登山客最后回到营地了。第二种是指到头来或是终究。例如 It was a difficult decision, but in the end, we knew we made the right choice. 这是个很困难的决定，但我们终究知道自己做的是正确的选择。接下来，我们来学习句型All that 主词加动词加上 is 加名词。All that 主词加动词加 is 加名词，这句型表示什么什么只是什么。那这个句型中的 all 是代名词，相当于 the only thing， 它必须视为单数，因此搭配单数动词 is。而句型中的 that 是关系代名词，用来引导关系子句去修饰它前方的 all， 表示什么什么的一切，或者是唯一什么什么的事。而 that 可以省略不用。至于句尾的名词是主词补语，例如 All you need is love， 你所需要的一切就是爱，也就是你只需要爱。另外，这个句型中的主词补语也可以用不定词，也就是 to 加原形动词来表示。例如 All he wants is to go home and sleep， 他唯一想做的事就是回家睡觉。接下来我们来学习 neither A nor B。Neither A nor B 表示既不怎么样也不怎么样，那其中的 A、B 词性要相同。以它来连接主词时，动词要搭配 be 来做变化。例如 Neither Jane nor her parents have ever been to Europe. Jane 和她的爸妈都不曾去过欧洲。那句中的助动词是配合主词 her parents， 所以用 have。最后，我们来学习破折号的用法。破折号可以连接同位语或是连接句子。连接句子的时候，可以用来强调第一个子句，补充它意思的不足。例如 We, my parents and I, will be attending the event. 我们，也就是我跟我爸妈，会出席那一场活动。再看个例句 He's a man of his words. He never makes promises that he doesn't intend to keep. 他是个守信的人，他从来不曾许下自己不打算兑现的承诺。以上是今天重点整理，我们下次见喽 See you next time. Bye.
I can't believe how fast the time has passed by. Wow, we sure had a great time today. Hope you can join us again for Live Interactive English. See you next time.
Now you're listening to Live Interactive English. Pay attention, everybody.
Hi everyone, welcome to Live Interactive English. This is Karen.
Hello everybody, I am Shane.
Today we're looking at a lesson called A Brighter Future with Glowing Plants.
Whoa.
And the vocabulary words are glow.
Glow.
The light glowed brightly.
Pressure.
Pressure.
I am feeling so much pressure because I have a big exam next week.
Reaction.
Reaction.
It is not always safe to mix certain chemicals. A dangerous reaction may occur.
Electric.
Electric.
More people are starting to buy electric scooters instead of ones that use gas.
That's awesome. Technology.
Technology.
It is important to keep up with the latest technology.
Indeed.
So we're talking about something really cool. I don't really understand how it works.
Well, I know
Maybe you can help me out.
You know there are plants and animals and fish life that can glow, right? They
That's
produce
right.
light. So basically it's just trying to figure out how to make plants produce light. And just kind of force them to do it.
Okay.
And then rather than using electricity, like if you need to light up your living room
That's
or
right.
your desk or something, you just...
can use plants, like glowing plants.
I love this idea.
I cannot picture that. You know, just like when I think about it, it's just like such a beautiful, beautiful view.
Yep, imagine this, imagine this. There's
Okay.
a big tree, right,
Yes.
on the road, and it's just lit up like a Christmas tree. And that's the lights that are lighting up our city rather than
Exactly.
using like electric lights. How cool will that be?
I know. You know, when I hear this idea, I actually think about Avatar.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Beautiful lights and the trees. It's like, wow.
I'm really looking forward to this technology. So let's learn more about it.
That's right. Let's learn more about these glowing plants.
Enjoy.
A brighter future with glowing plants.
When it's time to hit the books, you may sometimes use a desk lamp to help you read. But have you ever read by the light of a plant? According to a group of scientists at MIT, this might soon be possible.
Welcome to Live Interactive English Magazine. Today's lesson is called A Brighter Future with Glowing Plants. Hi everyone, my name is Jeff.
And I'm Mike. And if you're confused, well, join the club. What are you being blinded by glowing plants?
Yeah, you
or
see
are you being
these-
blinded by the future?
These plants,
Yes.
they're glowing. No, a brighter future? That's not literal,
No,
okay?
no.
A brighter future means a good future. Your future is looking good, and apparently our future is looking good as long as we have glowing plants. Plants that give off light. Yes, to glow. Yes, the word glow here. We can use it as a verb or a noun, but if you glow, let's say, okay, you shine. You give off light. Okay, by the way, usually glowing refers to shining, the shining of light in a soft or a warm way. So yeah, maybe the glow, it might be bright, but it's not going to hurt your eyes. That's not the way that glowing works. By the way, if something has a glow, it is giving off this type of light. Anyways, for example, the light glowed brightly. And there the word glow is most definitely being used as a verb.
Yeah, now someone's watch might glow at night, or you might talk about the glow of a candle or something like that. It's a soft kind of light. Those bugs, those fireflies or lightning bugs that you see in the summer, their little butts glow as well. So let's talk about not glowing bugs, but glowing plants. And how can glowing plants lead to a brighter future, a good future for all of us? Well, let's find out by reading the article. It says, when it's time to hit the books, you may sometimes use a desk lamp to help you read. Well, sure, absolutely. When you're hitting your books, you may want to have some light to see what you're doing. No, exactly.
Don't punch your
You're
books,
not punching
kids.
your books. You could, but you'll just hurt your hand and make the people in the library angry. When you're hitting the books, to use this expression, we're studying. That basically just means you're studying at the library, at home, at school, somewhere like that. Hey, you got a test tomorrow? It's time to hit the books. Don't punch your math book. Open it, read it, learn from it, study it. All right, so when you're reading or when you're studying, you sometimes use a desk lamp, right? You turn on a light on your desk to help you read. But have you ever read by the light of a plant?
And here, apparently, we're being literal. Maybe
Right,
plants in the future will glow. Now, this sounds like science fiction, but according to a group of scientists at MIT, this might soon be possible. Glowing plants might be a thing in the future, and you should pay attention to this. This comes from a group of scientists at MIT. They're saying this, only smart people go to MIT, really smart people. Anyways, folks, with that, it's time for us to take a break. But don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Hanny。今天的课文标题是 A Brighter Future with Glowing Plants。好，单字 glow 它就表示发光发热，它是当动词来用。那它可以当名词表达光亮或是微光。标题里面呢是用它的现在分词 glowing 来当形容词，形容发光的。刚刚 Mike 老师提醒我们 glow 指的是微弱的光，像是你手表发出的光啊，或者是萤火虫、蜡烛等等发出的光，可以用 glow 表示。好，课文一开始提到，当我们要念书的时候，可能会用台灯来照明。那现在有一群麻省理工学院的科学家在研究发光植物，搞不好在不久的将来，我们就会靠植物的光来阅读咯。好，文中的 hit the books 不是去打书咒书，而是指认真念书。那么 MIT 不是 Made in Taiwan， 而是指 Massachusetts Institute of Technology， 表示麻省理工学院，它是字母缩写。解华课文中。
A brighter future with glowing plants.
The scientists got certain plants to give off light by using a special chemical. This chemical also gives fireflies their glow. The scientists put the plants in a solution that contained the chemical. Then they exposed the plants to high pressure. This caused a natural reaction of energy that produces light. The plants glowed for nearly 4 hours.
Guys, glowing plants are a thing. They figured out how to make plants glow there at MIT. Anyways, let's learn about these scientists. The scientists that we were talking about before, the scientists got certain plants to give off light by using a special chemical.
Oh, okay. So it's not the actual plant, it's a chemical that they added to the plant. But this is no normal chemical just made up in a lab by scientists. That, of course, could kill the plant. This is something that actually comes from nature. It says this chemical also gives fireflies their glow. We mentioned fireflies earlier as an example of an insect that glows, sometimes also known as lightning bugs. Fireflies' little butts light up and they fly around in the woods at night. I've seen some fireflies in the mountains around Taiwan, actually.
There you go.
In the summertime. So the same kind of chemical was used for these plants. But how do you make a plant glow? It's not a firefly. It says the scientists put the plants in a solution that contained the chemical. A solution is basically kind of a liquid mixture, maybe a little bit of the chemical and a little bit of water or something like that. And then they put the plants in this liquid, in this bath, and that's how they made the plants glow.
That's what the scientists did first. That was step one.
Ah, there's more to it. Okay.
Then there is more to it. Then they exposed the plants to high pressure.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. So they did this other second step, which is to expose or to sort of put these forces on the plant, have the plants go through this process. And the process is to expose them to high pressure. Now, when we're talking about pressure here, we're not talking about being nervous, being stressed, having a lot of tension in your life when your boss is yelling at you, or you have a big test tomorrow and your parents are like, you better get a good grade. You'll feel emotional pressure. Here, though, we're probably talking about air pressure. This is the feeling of things pushing on you from the outside. If you've ever gone swimming and dived under the water, you know if you swim down a few meters, suddenly you feel the water pressing down on you. It's hard to breathe. It's hard to move your lungs. That's because of the water pressure. Well, air pressure would be very, very similar. We have air pressure on the earth, but if you go up much higher into the sky, there's much less air, there's much less air pressure as well. It's a noun, and we can talk about pressure in our example sentence by talking about that emotional pressure, like stress I mentioned earlier. I am feeling so much pressure because I have a big exam next week. Air is not pushing down on me, but hopes and expectations are pushing down on me.
Now, you guys might be asking yourselves a question. Why in the world are these scientists doing this? Well,
because they fixed every other problem.
What they did, this caused a natural reaction of energy that produces light. And get this, the plants glowed for nearly 4 hours. So, can you flick a switch and turn on a plant light? No. But if you do have a lab, you can apply pressure to a plant that has been treated with a certain solution and get that plant to glow or give off light for nearly 4 hours. That's pretty cool. Now, let's go ahead and talk about this word reaction. It's a noun. A reaction is an interaction, okay? Usually, reactions happen in science, like in chemistry and stuff like that. So a reaction is what happens when two or more things, substances or chemicals or stuff like that, it happens, this interaction, this reaction happens when these things come together, okay, and then they change in some way, okay? For example, it is not always safe to mix certain chemicals. A dangerous reaction may occur. Anyways, folks, yes, with that, it's time for us to take a break, but don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
刚刚说到发光植物，并不是说植物它本身就会发光，而是科学家他利用一种特殊化学物质来让植物发出微弱的光线。那其实这种化学物质就是让萤火虫可以发光的物质。那科学家把植物放进含有这种化学物质的溶液里面，再把植物暴露在高压之下，那就会造成一种自然能量反应，就会产生光线。那目前这些植物可以持续发光将近4个小时哦。先来看单字 pressure， 它是指压力。那么 reaction， 这是名词，它表示反应或是回应。那 Jeff 老师在解释单字时提到 interaction， 这是指互动、相互作用。好，这边还有3个补充单字 Firefly 是萤火虫，那它又被称为 lightning bug。好，至于 solution 在课文里面它是指化学溶液啊，或者是溶剂。至于 expose 它是动词，表示使什么暴露于，使什么接触到什么。那我们常常用 expose 某人或某事物 to 什么什么来表达使某人接触到什么，使某事物暴露在什么之中。好，另外文中有一个片语动词 give off， 它是指发出或是散发，像是发出光啊、热啊，或者是散发气味等等。接回课文中。
A brighter future with glowing plants.
Plant light could one day take the place of traditional electric light sources, which are less friendly to the environment. The scientists say that if their work improves, plants that give off light may one day be used for all sorts of purposes. Imagine a world in which rather than street lamps, we use trees to light our way home. Thanks to this technology, the future is certainly looking bright.
So you can't flick a switch and get a plant to turn on like a desk lamp, but 4 hours is pretty good.
Yeah. There are other
4
ways.
hours at a time.
There are other ways to make light. But anyways,
Mike, think of the future.
Okay.
Think of the big picture.
I'll think of the big picture, and some of it will be explained in our next sentence, which says plant light or glowing plants. Plant light could one day take the place of traditional electric light sources, which are less friendly to the environment. It's a good point. You don't have to use electricity. You don't have to power a power station with oil or coal or nuclear power to make the electricity, to make the light. You can just have the glowing plant. No electricity required, which I guess is a good thing. Electric, when we talk about electric as an adjective, we're just using it to talk about something that has to do with electricity. A light that you plug in or put batteries in that uses electricity is an electric light. It's not a candle, it's not a glowing bug or a glowing flower. It's powered by electricity, it's electric. For example, more people are starting to buy electric scooters instead of ones that use gas. That and electric cars are becoming more powerful. They're not gas powered, they're electricity powered, so they are electric machines.
Anyways, the scientists say that if their work improves or gets better,
it's true. These are still,
if they're able to refine their ideas,
these are still experiments.
These scientists say that if their work improves, plants that give off light may one day be used for all sorts of purposes.
Okay.
Yeah, think of the big picture, Mike.
Okay.
Think of something big. Think of the future.
Okay.
How about you imagine a world in which, rather than street lamps, we use trees to light our way home.
Trees that light up for 4 hours, and then we cut them down and plant a new one for tomorrow. Yeah, that sounds much less wasteful.
That sounds like what these guys at MIT are working on.
Oh, it's true. It's true. They only are powered for 4 hours now, but in the future they could last for years. Well, that's true. And thanks to this technology, the future is certainly looking bright.
Brighter future.
Your
with
garden
plants.
or a forest is certainly looking bright as well. It's true, and this is very interesting technology. It's almost technology that doesn't use technology, because when we think of technology, we think of science and engineering and machines, but this is more like plants.
When we're talking about technology, sometimes we're talking about tech gizmos, like smartphones and computers and stuff like that, but more generally, when we're talking about technology, we're talking about how scientists and other people have applied science to the world in order to solve problems, to come up with solutions to things. By the way, the word technology is a noun. Let's take a look at an example sentence. It is important to keep up with the latest technology. You have to have the latest smartphone, otherwise you're going to look silly. Not really, but people do really value having the latest technologies. Anyways, time is becoming an issue, so let's go ahead and ask and then answer the what do you think question. Mike,
yes.
Would you want to use plants as lights?
Maybe.
Well, you can't say maybe.
Well, I don't know how it would actually work. I would want to use plants as lights because it sounds interesting.
Or because they're good for the environment, maybe?
Well, I don't know, though, because if it only lasts 4 hours, it doesn't sound like it's good for the environment.
It won't last for 4 hours.
We don't know that. That's why I said
maybe. The future is bright. The future is bright. Very bright there, Mike. All right, folks, with that, our lesson has come to an end, and it's time for us to say bye-bye.
Take care.
虽然目前发光植物的光只能撑4个小时，但也许有一天，它们可以用来取代传统需要用电力的光源。要是马路上啊，所有的路灯都可以被树木的光线取代，这样就可以节省很多能源诶，可以减少对环境的损害了。那这项科技的确可以让我们的未来充满希望。好，作者在课文最后使用 bright 这个字，它可以用来形容明亮的或是发亮的，也可以用来形容未来是光明的、有希望的。算是一语双关。我们最后来看2个单字 electric 它是形容电的，用电的，像 electric light 表示电力光源或是电灯。那单字例句里面的 electric scooter 就表示电动机车。好，顺便补充一下 electricity 是名词，表示电或是电力。至于 technology technology 表示科技或是技术。Jeff 老师在解释单字时提到 gizmo 它的意思就跟 gadget 差不多，都可以用来指新奇的小器具啊，精巧的小玩意。那常常是用来指小型的电子装置。好啦，以上是这些讲解，同学别走开，马上回来哦。大家好，我是 Hanny。在今天的课程中，我们要介绍4个文法重点。第一个是 It's time 加上 to 加原形动词，或是加上 for 加名词。第二个是 take the place of somebody or something。第三个是 which 引导关系子句的非限定用法。第4个是 be friendly to 什么什么。首先，我们来学习It's time to 加原形动词，或是 It's time for 加名词。It's time 后面可以接 to 加原形动词，或是接 for 加名词，这表示是时候怎么样怎么样，或者是正是什么什么的时候。例如 It's time to make a change 是时候该做出改变了。It's time for bed 该是睡觉的时候了。接下来我们来学习 take the place of somebody or something。 Take the place of 加上 somebody or something 是指代替什么，取代什么。它也可以写作 take somebody's place 或是 take something's place。 例如 Do you think that e-books will eventually take the place of paper books？ 你认为电子书最后会完全取代纸本书籍吗？再看个例句Dave was too busy to attend the meeting, so he had his secretary take his place. Dave 太忙碌而无法出席那场会议，所以他叫他的秘书代替他。接下来，我们来学习 which 引导关系子句的非限定用法。关系代名词 which 可以引导关系子句修饰为事物的先行词。当先行词是明确或特定的事物时 which 所引导的关系子句是用来补充说明先行词。which 的前方必须加逗号，这就是非限定用法。例如 Jack's new bike, which he bought last month, was stolen yesterday. Jack 新的脚踏车昨天被偷了，那辆脚踏车是他上个月买的。句中的关系子句 which he bought last month 是用来补充说明先行词 Jack's new bike。 最后我们来学习 be friendly to 什么什么。 Friendly 是形容词，表示友善的或是友好的。 be friendly to 什么什么是指对什么是友善的。例如 The local people are very friendly to visitors。 当地人对游客很友善。再看个例句We should avoid buying products that are less friendly to the environment. 我们应该避免购买对环境较不友善的产品。而句中的 friendly 前面加上 less 是形容词的列级比较，用来表达较不友善的。以上是今天重点整理，我们下次见喽 See you next time. Bye.
I can't believe how fast the time has passed by. Wow, we sure had a great time today. Hope you can join us again for Live Interactive English. See you next time.
Now you're listening to Live Interactive English. Pay attention, everybody.
Hi everyone, welcome to Live Interactive English. This is Karen.
Hello, everybody. I am Shane.
Today we're looking at day 1 of smartphone myths that aren't so smart. And the vocabulary words are various.
Various.
The new store sells clothes, bags, and various other things.
Limited.
Limited.
You need to hurry to get free pizza because there is only a limited supply.
All right.
Yes.
Background.
Background.
I really like the mountain in the background.
Me too. Is there really a mountain behind me?
No.
Damage.
Damage.
Our playful dog damaged a few things after we let it into the living room.
Ah,
Bad dog.
reasonable.
reasonable.
As he often comes to buy things here, I gave him a very reasonable rate.
You are so nice.
I am super nice.
So we're talking about smartphones, right? And
That's
there's
right.
some myths out there about smartphones. What are some of the myths that were mentioned?
Okay, I remember one of them was that if you close the apps on your phone will actually run faster.
Also, like the apps that you're not using, because maybe they're running in the background or something. So that's supposed to be a myth? I thought that seems to make sense to me.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. That's what I always believed in too.
I think the point is that the system can know that you're not using that app, and actually it will use very few resources. So maybe it'll speed it up a little, but it doesn't make a big difference.
Oh, okay, so the difference is not that huge.
Actually, this another myth that I remember from the reading, and I've done this myself, is I dropped my phone into the toilet. And
You
then I
did not.
Then I Googled, oh my God, my phone dropped in the toilet. What should I do? And someone told me to put it in rice.
Uncooked rice, right?
Uncooked rice, right.
In a bag of uncooked
and
rice.
it will just soak up the water. But it's a myth because
so it didn't work.
Yeah, and it didn't actually work. I had to take it into the shop and they fixed it. But it makes sense because the rice can only absorb the water that's touching it.
So not the inside.
But inside the phone, it can't get the water out of there.
Okay, gotcha.
Let's read more.
Interesting myths. Okay, let's read more and find out.
Smartphone myths that aren't so smart.
There are many myths about various types of new technology, especially the smartphone. Here we will look at some common smartphone myths. If your smartphone falls into water, you can dry it by putting it into a bag of uncooked rice. While rice does absorb water, it only absorbs water that it touches. If water goes inside your phone, the rice can't get to it and can't help. A better way of getting rid of water is to turn off your phone and dry it with a towel.
Welcome to Live Interactive English Magazine. Today's lesson is called Smartphone Myths That Aren't So Smart. Day one. Hi everyone, my name is Jeff.
And I'm Mike. Now, when we talk about myths, many people think about old stories of gods and heroes from a long time ago. And of course, gods and heroes from a long time ago didn't have smartphones. So we're not talking about those kinds of myths. We're talking about things that people here commonly believe to be true without actually having a lot of proof. It could just be a rumor or a story or something that people believe, but is it actually true? And so we're talking today about some of those things that people think they know about their smartphone, advice and suggestions and stories they've heard about smartphones, but are they actually true? If you listen to these myths, are you actually helping your phone? Or are you hurting it? Or are you just worrying about something that you really don't need to worry about? So let's have a look at some of these smartphone myths and see how we can be a little more intelligent about how we take care of our smartphones.
Yes, let's look at some smartphone myths that aren't so smart. Anyways, our article begins by saying there are many myths about various types of new technology, especially the smartphone. In the sentence, we have the adjective various to talk about.
That's right. It is an adjective, and we're talking about various types of new technology. When new technology or new machines come out, there are often a lot of myths or things that people believe to be true because it's kind of new and people don't have the information. Various types means different kinds of new technology, right? So there might be myths about smartphones, about VR goggles, about things like that. And there's not just one type of technology, there are many types. And that's what various means. It's an adjective talking about different types of things, okay? If you go to a store, they'll have various types of products to buy. If you go to most restaurants, they'll have various types of food on the menu. Not just one, but many different choices or many different kinds. For example, the new store sells clothes, bags, and various other things. Shoes, hats, belts, things like that. But too many to name. We're just saying lots of different kinds.
Anyways, let's go ahead and get started.
Yes.
Let's start looking at some smartphone myths. Yes, here in our lesson, we will look at some common smartphone myths.
Okay, I'd like this because I've heard some of these and I know people do listen to them, but are they actually true? What's the first one?
Number one.
Okay.
If your smartphone falls into water, you can dry it by putting it into a bag of uncooked rice.
Rice,
now,
yes, dry rice.
This does sound silly, but there is some good reasoning behind it. Yes, rice does absorb water, so maybe the rice can pull that water out of your smartphone. Well, not exactly. While rice does absorb water, it only absorbs water that it touches. So if your rice doesn't get inside your smartphone there, it won't be drying your smartphone out. The inside will stay wet.
And you could take your phone apart, but that might cause other problems, and that's a hard thing to do. That's interesting because I know people who say they dropped their phone in the toilet or whatever, and they put it in a bag of rice, and maybe it helped, but it's certainly not going to do the job. So the rice has to actually touch the water, and obviously if the water is inside the phone, you can't put rice inside your phone. So the article says if water goes inside your phone, the rice can't get to it and can't help. It can't dry it or pick up that water. So what would you do if you do drop your phone in water? A better way of getting rid of water is to turn off your phone and dry it with a towel. That's doing exactly what the rice would do, and you'd be able to do it a lot faster too. So grab a towel, turn off the phone, because of course water and electricity and batteries, they don't mix very well, so that'll help to limit the damage, but just dry it with a towel like you would dry other wet things.
There you go.
Leave
One
the rice
up,
alone.
one down. We have now debunked, one dumb myth about smartphones. By the way, when you correct a myth or a mistaken belief like that, you debunk it. D-E-B-U-N-K. All right, folks, with that, it's time for us to take a break, but don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Hanny。科技日新月异，现在有各式各样的新科技，那伴随而来的是各种不同的迷思。在这2天课文当中，我们要来一一检视一些常见的手机迷思。标题里面的 myth 它有神话的意思，那在课文里面是指迷思，也就是指似是而非的错误观念。好，那么单字 various 则是形容各式各样的或是不同种类的。好，那我们第一个迷思是，如果智慧型手机掉到水里面，可以把它放进一袋没有煮过的米里面来吸干水分。虽然米可以吸水，但它只能吸附接触到的水分，除非你把手机整个拆解开来，否则米根本吸收不到这个手机里面的水分。你要去除水分有一个比较好的方法，就是关机，然后再用毛巾把它擦干。好，这边一个补充单字 absorb 它是动词，表示吸收。那刚刚 Jeff 老师提到，如果我们要表达破解迷思，你可以用 debunk 这个动词。debunk 它表示揭穿，像是揭穿假象啊、不实的行为或是言论，或者是揭露什么什么的真相。接回到课文中。
Smartphone myths that aren't so smart.
Closing smartphone apps makes your phone run faster. This might sound correct since a phone's memory is limited. The truth is, though, that both Apple and Android phones put limits on apps that are running in the background. Therefore, the app that is being used will always run as fast as possible.
Okay, everyone, let's move on to smartphone myth number 2.
Okay, what have you got?
Closing smartphone apps makes your phone run faster. Now, I've heard this.
Yeah.
Sometimes people believe that all of those programs running in the background can take memory away or use up that memory. So if you close them, your phone should run faster. But apparently, this is also a myth.
Interesting. I've heard this, and actually I do this because people told me it will help. Well, it says this might sound correct. It might make sense. It might sound correct since a phone's memory is limited. All right? So yeah, there is some logic to it because a phone, like other computers, have a limited memory. That means they only have a fixed amount of memory, and if you use it all up, then it's going to run slower, right?
There's no more.
That's right.
If you use up all the memory in your phone, okay, your phone's not going to make new memory.
It's
your
just
memory is going to
slow down.
Your memory is going to fill up, and that will be it because your phone's memory is limited. Okay, if something is limited, I should say, that thing has an end to it, a very specific end. So let's say you've got a phone with 2 gigabytes of memory. You can't exceed that amount. 2 gigabytes. That's the limit, or that's where your phone's memory is going to fill up. Anyways, the word limited here is an adjective, I should say. And yes, we've got an example sentence for you. It says, you need to hurry to get free pizza because there is only a limited supply. They will run out. They will sell out this pizza. There's only so much they can sell before they stop selling it.
All right, so this is the logic. You got to shut some programs down because you're using up the memory and there is limited memory. So if you want your phone to run better, shut down some of the apps you're not using. The truth is, though, we read, the truth is, here's the real facts, people. The truth is, though, that both Apple and Android phones put limits on apps that are running in the background. So the computer, or the phone, I should say, knows that this is a problem. So what it does is it basically sort of turns off those apps or only gives them a small amount of memory to use when you're not using them, so that this doesn't happen. I guess this is something that might have happened on the iPhone 1 or iPhone 2, but by now they've figured it out, so they put limits on the apps. They control the memory that these apps are using in the background. Now, background is one of our featured words. It's a noun. Generally, background is what's behind the main action, okay? So if you're looking at a painting, you see a person in the front, and then behind that person are some mountains and trees. That's the background. When actors are acting on stage, they're right at the front of the stage, and behind them might be a picture of mountains or trees or a city or whatever. That's the background. It's what's behind the main thing. When we're using it in a computer way, we're talking about programs that are running, but they're not the ones you're using right now. They're the ones that are just quietly working away. On a lot of typical computers, you might have antivirus software running in the background. It's on, but it's not the main thing you're using. It's behind the main action. For example, I really like the mountain in the background. Here, of course, we're talking about a picture or a painting.
Something that's actually behind you. A program on a computer or a smartphone, though, is running in the background. It's active. It's running, but it's kind of hidden. You don't see that thing operating or working.
It's doing its job quietly.
It's doing its job quietly. Anyways, therefore, our article continues, the app that is being used will always run as fast as possible. So don't worry about those apps running in the background and slowing you down. I should say. That is a myth.
Well, that's good to know. So the machine is smart enough to know this app needs a lot of memory. I'll have to turn those ones down or turn them off.
It is a smartphone.
It is very smart.
Anyways, with that, folks, it's time for us to take a break, but don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
第二个迷思是关掉手机应用程式会让手机跑得比较快，这听起来很合理啊，毕竟手机的记忆体有限，把没有用到的程式关一关，不是会让手机跑得比较快吗？但其实苹果和安卓手机都会对那些在背景运作的应用程式设下限制，它们其实不会占用多少记忆体，所以你正在使用的应用程式，它一直都会是最佳状态，以它最快的速度在运作着。好，那文中的 memory 是名词，在这边表示记忆体。那这边还有两个单字 limit 当名词表示限制， put limit on something 就表示对什么设下限制。那在字尾加上 ed limited 表示有限的或是不多的，是当形容词来用。Jeff 在解释单字时提到 exceed exceed 这个动词它表示超过超出。好，下一个单字 background 表示背景。我们平常在用电脑的时候啊，这个背景通常都会有防毒软体同时在运作，那我们就顺便学一下 antivirus antivirus software 就是指防毒软体。那其中这个 antivirus 表示防电脑病毒的 ，virus 是病毒，那它的字首 anti 有对抗的意思。接回到课文中。
Smartphone myths that aren't so smart.
Screen protectors are a must. In fact, most smartphone screens today are made with special glass that is very difficult to damage. Many smartphones, therefore, can do without screen protectors and still offer reasonable protection.
All right, everyone, let's move on to myth number 3. And Mike, I have to say, I already knew that this myth that we're about to talk about next,
Really?
I already knew that this, was a myth. Yes.
Okay.
Screen protectors are a must.
These are those...
No, they aren't, everyone.
Those thin plastic sheets that people buy and carefully put on the screen to stop it from getting scratched when it's in your pocket with some coins or when you drop it or use it. Yeah, a lot of people feel like, hey, you got to get a screen protector. Maybe you should get 2 just in case. And if something is a must, that means it's absolutely necessary. Do not use your phone without this or you're just asking for trouble. You have to get a screen protector.
No,
right?
No. In fact, most smartphone screens today are made with special glass that is very difficult to damage.
I would put this in that category of things that were probably true 10 years ago with the first smartphones. But the new ones, a special plastic coating, it's happened all the time. The phone companies know that. They don't have that trouble.
Not true. Steve Jobs, when designing the first iPhone, had that special glass called Gorilla Glass made. He said that I will not make the iPhone unless I can put it in my jean pocket there with my keys so that the screen does not, or the glass, I should say, would not get scratched.
So we've been wasting our money on screen protectors this whole time.
Yes, because the special glass, Gorilla Glass, it's very, very difficult to damage. You can't hurt this thing. You can't harm this thing. You can't damage it. Anyways, the word damage is a verb, and yes, if you damage something, you break that thing. You hurt that thing in some way. You don't damage people, by the way. Usually you injure people, but the idea is about the same. For example, our playful dog damaged a few things after we let it into the living room.
It's jumping around, it knocked a glass down or broke the leg of a table.
It ruined my Picasso.
It ruined your Picasso. Anyways, back to smartphone screens. Many smartphones, it says therefore, because of this, these special glass, many smartphones therefore can do without screen protectors and still offer reasonable protection. If you do without something, that means you don't need it or you choose not to have it. Okay, so they can live without a screen protector, they're fine, and the special glass still offers reasonable protection. Now, reasonable, this is an important adjective we should put in here. We're talking about the protection that the glass offers. It's reasonable. This adjective means it's acceptable. It's within sort of normal limits, what you would normally expect. Basically saying, if you shoot the glass with a gun, yes, it will break. If you drive over the glass in a car, it could get scratched, but that's not reasonable. Reasonable is putting it in your pocket with keys and coins or dropping it on the floor. That would be reasonable, of course, but stabbing it with a samurai sword or something will probably scratch or break the glass. But that would be unreasonable.
Yeah, well, don't do that.
That would be crazy or extreme or beyond what's normal. Reasonable is what's sort of normal. For example, as he often comes to buy things here, I gave him a very reasonable rate, a very average, fairly low, good rate. Not too high, not too low, right in the acceptable area.
Very sensible.
Sensible. There you go.
All right, folks, with that, it's time for us to end today's lesson, but don't go away. More fun is coming up soon.
第3个迷思是萤幕保护贴是绝对必要的。其实现在大部分的手机萤幕它都是用不容易受损的特殊玻璃制成的，就算你不贴萤幕保护贴，它本身还是可以提供不错的保护，除非是像麦克老师说的故意用武士刀去损坏萤幕，那就另当别论了。好，文中的 protector 在这边它是指保护膜、保护贴。那我们最后来看2个单字 damage damage。在这边当动词表示伤害、损伤，那它的意思跟 ruin 很相近。要特别注意的是 damage 通常是指伤害无生命的东西，那有生命的东西我们一般用 hurt 或者是 harm 来表达伤害。Jeff 老师说的 injure 这个动词也可以指损害或者使什么受伤，那 injure 常常用来指在事故中受伤。下一个单字 reasonable， 它是形容合理的，或是形容价钱是公道的不贵的。它的相反词在前面加上 un 变成 unreasonable 表示不合理的。老师们刚刚还提到两个形容词 acceptable 表示可以接受的，那么 sensible 只是形容明智的或者是合情理的。好了，那么以上是今天的讲解，同学别走开，马上回来哦。大家好，我是 Hanny。在今天的课程中，我们要介绍4个文法重点。第一个是 get rid of 加上名词或动名词。第二个是不定词做主词补语。第三个是片语动词 turn off。第4个是 as 加上形容词或副词加上 as possible。首先，我们来学习 get rid of 加上名词或动名词。Get rid of 它表示摆脱掉或者是除掉，其中的 rid 是动词 rid 的过去分词。rid 表示使什么摆脱，使什么免除，它的三态同形 rid。而片语 get rid of 后面可以接名词或动名词，例如 Coffee grounds can be used to get rid of bad smells。咖啡渣可以用来除掉臭味。接下来我们来学习不定词做主词补语的用法。不定词也就是 to 加原形动词，它可以当主词、受词或是补语来用。以不定词当主词的时候，必须视为单数。我们来看3个例句。To travel around the world has been my dream。环游世界一直都是我的梦想。句中的不定词片语 to travel around the world 是当主词，必须视为单数，所以后面搭配助动词 has。第二个例句 They can't afford to buy a house。他们买不起房子。那句中的不定词片语 to buy a house 是当作动词 afford 的受词。第3个例句 One way to improve your writing skills is to keep a diary。增进写作技巧的一个方法是写日记。句中的第一个不定词片语 to improve your writing skills 是用来修饰前方主词 one way， 表示增进写作技巧的一个方法。而第二个不定词片语 to keep a diary 是当主词补语来用。接着我们来学习片语动词 turn off。Turn off 表示关掉，像是关掉电器、装置等等。那它的相反词是 turn on。例如 Please turn off the lights when you leave the room。离开房间时，请关灯。最后，我们来学习 as 加上形容词或副词加上 as possible。as 什么什么 as 是用来进行同级比较，表示和什么什么一样。那么 as 形容词 as possible 或是 as 副词 as possible 就表示尽可能的怎么样怎么样，也可以改写成 as 什么什么 as one can。例如 Let's wrap this meeting up as quickly as possible。我们尽快把这个会议结束掉吧。例句中的 as quickly as possible 也可以改写成 as quickly as we can。以上是这些重点整理，我们下次见喽 ！See you next time. Bye.
I can't believe how fast the time has passed by. Wow, we sure had a great time today. Hope you can join us again for Live Interactive English. See you next time.
Now you're listening to Live Interactive English. Pay attention, everybody.
Hi everyone, welcome to Live Interactive English. This is Karen.
Oh, we're starting? Sorry.
Shane.
On my
Put your
smartphone.
smartphone away.
Sorry, everybody. I'm Shane. Hi.
Today we're looking at day 2 of smartphone myths that aren't so smart. And the vocabulary words are charge.
Charge.
You should charge your phone fully before you go out.
Completely.
Completely.
I hadn't seen my cousin in 10 years. She had changed her look completely.
Really? Like prettier?
No, worse, actually.
Customer.
Customer.
It's important to treat your customers well so that they will always come back.
Drain.
Drain.
Let the water drain from the noodles first before you add meat and sauce.
Oh, okay. Entirely.
Entirely.
He did not entirely finish his exam when the time was up.
Okay, so we have more myths about smartphones.
That's right. And this one is always all about charging.
These are all about batteries, basically,
That's right.
right?
Charging your batteries.
Yeah, okay, so I know that one is a myth that I still believe. I just got a new smartphone recently.
Ah, okay.
And when I got the phone, I thought, I better get a full charge before I use the phone.
That's right. You have to charge your phone completely, right?
And then I remembered that I've heard that this is actually a myth. So I Googled it and it said, yeah, it is a myth. You don't have to charge it. Because I really wanted to start using it. I didn't want to wait. So I Googled it and it's true. It's really a myth.
Really? So it doesn't really matter.
You don't have to.
Doesn't hurt the battery.
Not at all.
There's another myth, actually, that I believe that it was true before, that you're not supposed to use your phone while it's charging.
Oh, I do every night. I listen to music. I'm charging my phone and I'm listening to music when I fall asleep.
But I've seen some articles telling me that it's actually dangerous and that somehow something's going to explode and then some people get hurt.
No wonder I'm so stupid. Maybe it's causing me to be dumber and dumber.
Or maybe it's just a myth.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I've heard that it was a myth.
Okay.
So this is not the first time I've
not
heard.
true.
So yeah, so go ahead, use your phone while it's charging.
It's fine. It's safe.
Should be.
Okay.
No guarantees.
Enjoy today's lesson.
Try.
Smartphone myths that aren't so smart.
Many smartphone myths are about charging phones. Some of these myths were true in the past, but not anymore. New phones must be completely charged before first use. Some people think that this allows batteries to last longer, but this is untrue. Smartphone makers tell people to charge phones first because they want customers to have the best possible first experience.
Welcome to Live Interactive English Magazine. Today's lesson is called Smartphone Myths That Aren't So Smart. Day 2. Hi everyone, my name is Jeff.
And I'm Mike. And we're looking at the things people believe about their smartphones, believe that's good advice about how to take care of them. But actually, this advice, these myths, might not actually be true.
Anyways, more on these smartphone myths. Many smartphone myths are about charging phones.
Don't charge it to 100%. Don't let the battery go down to 0. Let the battery go down to 0.
Don't leave it plugged in or it's going to fry the battery.
It could explode when you're talking on the phone.
That's
or
only
all
for
sorts
Samsung
of,
phones.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay,
Anyways, so yes, many smartphone myths are about charging phones.
Yes.
Now here when we're charging something, it's not like using a credit card, charge it to my credit card. No, we're charging things the way we put power back into them.
When you charge your phone, you plug it in. You plug it into the wall and you fill your battery with energy so that your smartphone doesn't go dead. Yes, if your battery runs out of power and you can't use that phone anymore and it shuts off, that smartphone is dead. You need to charge that phone.
Or recharge. We also say charge again.
There you go. For example, you should charge your phone fully before you go out. It makes no sense to go out with only 20% of your battery filled. Go ahead and fill up the battery so that the phone will last all day long. Anyways, as for charging myths, some of these myths, these charging myths, were true in the past, but not anymore.
That's true. A lot of the headlines that we've seen about phones since they've been around have been about the batteries, right? Problems with batteries, them getting too hot, catching on fire, or just burning out really quickly. So, the scientists, the engineers, they've been working on this. So what might have been true 10 years ago is not necessarily true now because the technology has gotten better. Let's look at the first of these charging myths. It says new phones must be completely charged before first use. Absolutely. A lot of people get excited when they get their new phone, pull it out of the box, plug it in, and after 10 or 20 minutes, they want to use it. But someone might say, no. You have to let it charge to 100% before you use it for the first time. It must be completely charged before first use. Completely, this adverb means totally, 100%. There's nothing that's been left off. There's nothing that's been ignored. It is all there. All the power in this case is there. It's right up to the top. It's right up to 100%. It's totally or completely charged. For example, we could say, I hadn't seen my cousin in 10 years. She had changed her look completely.
She looked like a different person.
It wasn't just different hair color or different clothing style. She looked totally different. I wouldn't have recognized her if I walked her on the street. Different hair, tattoos, earrings. She was wearing black leather. She looked like a totally different person from 10 years ago. Completely different. All right, let's look at this myth and find out why we don't necessarily have to completely or totally charge our phone. What does it say?
You can use a smartphone right out of the box, guys. You don't have to completely charge it. Now, why do people believe this, though? Well, some people think that charging it completely upon first use, some people think that this allows batteries to last longer. But this is a myth. This is untrue. And apparently the culprits here are smartphone makers like Apple and Samsung and Asus and people like that, companies like that. Get this?
Are they tricking us?
They're tricking us. Well, a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
It's for our own good. It's good advice.
So. Anyways, smartphone makers, though, tell people to charge phones first because they want customers to have the best possible first experience. They don't want that phone to die the moment you start using it. That would not be a good first experience or first impression as far as your new smartphone is concerned. Now, before we move on here, let's go ahead and talk about the word customer. It's a noun. A customer is a person who buys stuff. They might be in a store buying stuff or buying stuff online. If you buy something at a store in any way, shape, or form, you are a customer of that place. For example, it's important to treat your customers well so they will always come back. And come to think of it, the word customer is not unlike the word client. Customer, buyer, client,
consumer.
Consumer, that's another fancy word that means about the same thing.
Interesting.
All right, folks, with that, it's time for us to take a break, but don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
We're going to charge our phones.
I'm going to go... That's a myth.
Oh, yeah, right.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Hanny。我们在第一天的课文已经破解了3个关于智慧型手机的迷思。那今天要来看一些关于手机充电的迷思。其中有一些迷思在过去确实是真的，可是现在科技很进步了，它已经不是了。那第一个迷思是，新手机在第一次使用之前，必须先把电池完全充饱电。有些人认为这样可以让它的电池寿命更长，可是这是不正确的。其实智慧型手机制造商会叫大家先充电，是因为他们想要让顾客有最好的第一次体验。毕竟你的手机在买之前可能已经在手机店已经放一阵子了，它剩下的电量不多。当你拿到手之后，如果没有先充电，也许玩一下就没电了，反而会让你留下不好的印象。那这就是问题所在。刚刚 Jeff 老师用到 culprit 这个名词呢，它可以用来指罪犯或者是做错事的人。不过 Jeff 老师在这边用法是指造成某个问题的原因或者是根源。好，这边有3个单字 charge 当动词可以表达索价收取费用，可是在课文里面它是表达给电池充电。那在 charge 前面加上字首 re 表达再次重新，组合起来变成recharge 就表示再次充电。 我们顺便学一下 plug in。plug in 这个片语动词就表示插上插头，接通电源。好，下一个单字 completely 它是副词，表示完全地、彻底，意思就跟 totally 差不多。那么 customer 表示顾客、客户。老师们提到的 client 也是指客户，那通常是指律师啊、会计师等等这些专业人士的客户、委托人。老师们还用到 consumer 表示消费者。接华课文中
Smartphone myths that aren't so smart.
You should drain a phone's battery before recharging. This was true of early cell phones, but smartphones use lithium-ion batteries. These do not need to be drained. Charging a phone for too long can damage its battery. Again, this was true of older phones, but not for modern smartphones. They know when they're fully charged and will stop drawing power.
Okay, we've got another charging myth. Okay, as far as smartphones are concerned. Coming up next, we're going to talk about this myth. You should drain a phone's battery before charging, or before recharging, I should say.
Drain the phone's battery before recharging. And when we're talking about drain here, we're kind of talking about taking everything away. Drain is a verb. Generally, when we think of drain, we think of water leaving something. If you fill your sink with water to wash your face and then let all that water go away, well, first of all, that hole it goes down is the drain in the sink when we use it as a noun. And when all the water flows away, when it all runs away, we're talking about draining. Okay, so draining the phone's battery means using up all the power in the battery, letting all the power go away before you recharge it. We can drain power, we can drain electricity, we can also drain water. For example, let the water drain from the noodles first before you add meat and sauce. If anyone's ever made noodles, you know after you boil them, you pour the noodles and the water into something that lets the water drain or flow away, and then you have your warm, dry noodles there ready to eat. So, should you let the phone drain all its power before you recharge it? Well, again, back in the old days, maybe. These days, not so much. It says, this was true of early cell phones 10, 20 years ago or 15 years ago, but smartphones use lithium-ion batteries. Now, what is that important for? Well, different batteries are made of different things. Lithium-ion batteries, these do not need to be drained. So if you're using an iPhone 2, maybe. If you're using an iPhone 6, 8, 10, or a modern Samsung, don't need to do it. If it gets down to 20, 10, 30%, whatever, just plug it back in and it'll be fine.
You don't have to wait for the battery to empty itself of its juice or its energy. Further, once you do have that thing all filled up with energy and juice, you don't need to worry about leaving it plugged in, okay?
Oh, that one.
Yeah, the next myth is charging a phone for too long can damage its battery. I've heard people say this.
Yeah.
Oh, once it reaches 100%.
Don't leave it overnight.
Yeah, once it reaches 100%, unplug it, or else you're going to fry the battery. Now, again, this myth was true of older phones, but not for modern smartphones. They're smart. They know stuff, and they know when they're fully charged, and they will stop drawing power. They'll stop bringing that power in. They'll stop charging.
All right, that's a good one to know. Let's take a break, and then we'll be back with more.
第二个迷思是在手机重新充电之前，你必须先把手机的电量用完。好，以前的手机确实是这样，可是现在智慧型手机用的是锂离子电池，这种电池如果过度放电，可能会导致无法充电，所以它不适合等到电力完全耗尽才充电。文中的 lithium-ion battery 是指锂离子电池 ，lithium-ion 就表示锂离子的。至于单字 drain， 它当名词可以指排水管，那当动词可以表达排出液体或者使什么水分沥干，它也可以用来表达使什么耗尽。 好，下一个迷思是手机充电充太久会伤电池。有些人甚至认为手机一直放着充电充过夜会爆炸，这其实是错误的。以前的手机确实不能充太久，可是现在的智慧型手机他们很聪明，他们是有智慧的，会知道什么时候完全充饱电，然后就会自己停止获取电能。文中的 draw 在这边是当动词，就表示获取、汲取。接回到课文中。
Smartphone myths that aren't so smart.
You shouldn't use phones while they're charging. This is entirely false. The only reason not to use your phone while it's charging is that it might charge a little more slowly. Now you've got the real phone facts. Be smart about your smartphone and don't buy into the myths.
Okay, more on charging. Charging-related myths and smartphones. The next one is you shouldn't use phones while they're charging. You shouldn't use these smartphones when they're plugged in. And this one, there's not even any room for explanation. It's simply not true.
It's just not true, so it's fine if it's plugged in. You can pick it up, you can use it. It's totally safe. It's entirely false. It's completely false. It's 100% false, right?
There's no room for wiggling or anything like that. This is just not true. It's entirely false. And notice we're using this word entirely for emphasis. We could have just said, this is false. This is not true. But we want to make this statement as strong as possible, so we're using this adverb entirely for emphasis. And yes, very simply, this adverb means completely, without exception, and it's kind of like the word completely, but it's even stronger than that. Anyways, for example, he did not entirely finish his exam when the time was up. So here, we're not using the word for emphasis, we're just saying he didn't complete his exam.
That's right. Now, people had worries that the phone could catch on fire or break or something like that. Well, the only thing that might happen when you're charging the phone is explained in the next sentence. It says the only reason not to use your phone while it's charging is that it might charge a little more slowly. That's it, and that's kind of obvious. If you're using the power while it's getting power in, you're going to be using some of that power, so it'll just take longer to charge. In the same way, if your car engine is running when you're putting gas in it, it's going to burn some of that gas.
But don't put gas in your car while the engine's running. Don't do that.
But it's very logical. If you're taking something out while you're pouring something in, it's going to take longer to fill. All right, there you go. But if you really need to use your phone while it's charging, go ahead. You're not going to suffer any kind of injury or you're not going to hurt the phone. Now,
there you go, yeah.
Now you've got the real phone facts. We wrap up. It says, now you've got the real phone facts. Be smart about your smartphone and don't buy into the myths or don't believe these false stories because there's really no science behind them.
Do buy a new smartphone when you need to.
Sure.
Don't buy into the myths.
No.
Don't be a fool. Anyways, folks, that's it for our article, but we're not done yet. We still have the what do you think question. Mike, did reading this help you change your mind about the myths?
Yes, it did, because I'd heard a lot of these myths. I didn't necessarily believe them, because you often hear myths that kind of say totally different things, but I had heard them, so it did, because although I'd heard the myths, wasn't sure if they were true, now I know they're not true.
And knowing is half the battle.
That's what they say.
All right, folks, with that, it's time for us to say bye-bye.
最后一个迷思是不应该在手机充电的时候用手机，这其实是错的。一边充电一边用手机，只会让它充电充得比较慢。那正常情况下是不会爆炸的。之前曾经有手机充电时候爆炸的新闻，一般是因为用了劣质的充电器。好，那看完这2天的课文，我们已经知道一些关于手机的真相了。Jeff 老师说 Knowing is half the battle. Half the battle 是指成功的重要条件、必要条件，可以用来表达说已经完成最困难的部分了，我们已经成功一半了。好，那我们最后来看单字 entirely. entirely 这个副词表示完全地、全部地。那 Jeff 老在解释单字时用到 wiggle 这个动词 ，wiggle 它表示摆动、扭动。那我们常常用 wiggle room 来表达转换的余地或者是弹性空间。好啦，那么以上是今天的讲解，同学们别走开，马上回来哦。大家好，我是 Hanny。在今天的课程中，我们要介绍5个文法重点。第一个是 the only reason not to 加上原形动词。第二个是 while 做连接词，表示在什么什么的同时。第三个是 that 引导名词子句做主词补语。第四个是祈使句。第5个是 buy into something。首先，我们来学习 the only reason not to 加上原形动词。Reason to 加原形动词是指做什么什么的理由。The only reason not to 加上原形动词，则是表示不做什么什么的唯一理由。例如 The only reason not to try this video game is that you'll get addicted to it once you start playing it. 不玩这款电玩游戏的唯一理由是，你一旦开始玩就会玩上瘾了。接下来，我们来学习 while 做连接词，表示在什么什么的同时。while 做连接词可以指在什么什么同时，它的意思就相当于 when。例如 The doorbell rang while she was talking on the phone. 在她讲电话的同时，门铃响了。再看个例句。She cleaned up the kitchen while her husband washed the windows. 在她老公洗窗户的同时，她在打扫厨房。接下来，我们来学习 that 引导名词子句做主词补语的用法。that 引导名词子句可以当主词补语，用来提供相关资讯。例如 The truth is that Jane hates her job. 事实是 Jane 很不喜欢她的工作。那句中的名词子句 that Jane hates her job 是当主词 the truth 的补语。接下来，我们来学习祈使句。祈使句是用来表示命令、请求、指示、建议、劝告、禁止等等。肯定祈使句是以动词原形开头，而否定祈使句则是用 don't 加上原形动词。例如Be sure to wash your hands before you eat. 吃饭之前务必要先洗手。再看个例句 Don't forget to pay the phone bill. 别忘了要缴电话费。最后，我们来学习 buy into something. Buy into something 表示完全相信、完全接受，像是某一种说法或是观念等等。例如 Jack doesn't buy into the idea that money brings happiness.Jack 不相信金钱能带来快乐的这个看法。以上是今天的重点整理，我们下次见喽 ！See you next time. Bye.
I can't believe how fast the time has passed by. Wow, we sure had a great time today. Hope you can join us again for Live Interactive English. See you next time.
Now you're listening to Live Interactive English. Pay attention, everybody.
Hi everyone, welcome to Live Interactive English. This is Karen.
Hey everybody, this is Shane.
Today we're looking at a lesson called Clothes Test. Lego is using the power of play to protect the planet. And the vocabulary words are announce.
Announce.
They announced the news on television and radio stations.
Plastic.
Plastic.
Most sports drinks come in plastic bottles.
Environmentally.
Environmentally.
The university plans to build an environmentally friendly building.
Feature.
Feature.
This TV show features my favorite actor. Me.
Really?
Features me. I'm my favorite actor.
Okay, but we're talking about something. Have you ever played with Lego bricks?
Of course. Yeah, I love playing with Legos. Like Legos are, when I was a kid, I would make Lego houses and Lego Star Wars things. Lego,
really?
Lego.
So it's very, very famous. Everyone knows, about Lego and everyone loves it, right?
That's right.
But I think the big news is that they're going green.
Yeah, because I think a lot is going to be happening by 2030.
Yes.
We're really trying to start using less plastic and to start recycling and thinking of new ways to use plastic. Right?
So what are they doing right now? So they're no longer using plastic to, make their
They're going to use
Lego
plastic,
bricks.
but it's going to be made of sugar cane. So it's biodegradable.
Okay.
Right? So it's kind of like a green kind of plastic. And it's first going to start in like the leaves and the trees. Like those Lego pieces are going to be made from actual plants.
That is incredible.
Is it really neat?
Yeah. So being environmentally friendly helps the kids understand that, you can have fun and protect our planet at the same time.
That's right. So hopefully more and more companies will start doing this sort of thing and using recyclable materials.
Good job, Lego.
All right.
All right. And we'll see you next time.
Enjoy.
Lego is using the power of play to protect the planet.
Lego, the maker of the famous building blocks, is going green. The Danish company announced that this year it will begin producing plastic pieces that are made from sugarcane. The first of these pieces will include leaves and trees, toy plants that are made from real plants.
Hi, I'm Jeff.
And I'm Hanny.
Welcome to our lesson. Today, we're reading from this month's closed test article.
Yay!
Yay! Now, the title of this month's article is Lego is using the power of play to protect the planet. Whew, a lot of P's. Yes, folks, you heard right. Today, we're going to be talking about Lego.
Yay! I just love Lego and playing with Lego blocks. On top of that, I just love planet Earth. I am as green as can be and really, really want to protect our planet. Can you tell that I'm excited, Jeff?
I can indeed. So let's not wait, let's get started. Lego, the maker of the famous building blocks, is going green. That's how this article begins.
Okay, and the article goes on by saying that Lego, the Danish company, announced that this year it will begin producing plastic pieces that are made from sugarcane. Lego's made from sugarcane. Amazing! That means that Lego is going to start making their blocks out of something other than plastic.
Well, the pieces will still be plastic technically, but this plastic will come from sugarcane, and sugarcane is a natural substance, which means that you won't have to feel the least bit guilty when buying and playing with Legos. No more traditional plastic, no more guilt. Anyway, let's talk vocabulary. To announce something is to say something in public so that others, maybe many other people, can hear it. Lego, in this case, is telling us what they're going to do. They want the world to know what they're going to do, so they're making a formal statement for all to hear. They're announcing this. For example, they announced the news on television and radio stations.
Also, let's not forget that the word plastic is the second vocabulary word of the day. Plastic is an unnatural, man-made material that is just about everywhere. Phone cases, grocery bags, bottles, etc. are made of plastic, as are credit cards and car parts too. Plastic is in just about everything. Why? Because plastic is cheap and very useful. Well, plastic, though, has drawbacks. First of all, plastic melts when it gets too hot. Also, plastic garbage is awful for the earth. Plastic garbage might be the worst garbage of all, but they last for like
Lasts forever, pretty much.
Yeah. For example, most sports drinks come in plastic bottles.
You know what? That's true. I have never seen a sports drink come in a bottle, like a glass bottle. It's always a plastic bottle. Anyway, conventional or traditional plastic waste is terrible, and Lego knows it. That's why they're going to start making plastic Lego pieces out of sugar cane. How sweet it is. Get this, the first of these pieces will include leaves and trees, toy plants that are made from real plants. You hear that? These pieces will be made out of real natural plants.
Wow.
Wow.
乐高现在要走向环保，这间公司竟然要用甘蔗来制造积木，好酷哦！那这边有一个补充单字，甘蔗，它的英文是 sugar cane。那么文中的 green 它是形容词，形容环保的 ，go green 就表达说生产或者使用绿色环保用品来响应环保。那顺便补充一个复合形容词 eco-friendly， 就表示对环境友善的或是环保的。So these pieces will be made out of something that is eco-friendly, not something that will destroy our planet.
Correct in every detail. Okay, everyone, with that, it's now time for a break. Our first break of the day. But don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Lego is using the power of play to protect the planet.
The new pieces will make up about 1 to 2% of all Lego bricks. The move is part of a bigger plan to use sustainable materials in major items by 2030. Children and parents will not notice any difference in the quality or appearance of the new elements, the company says.
And we're back. Today we are reading this month's close test. The title of today's article is Lego is using the power of play to protect the planet. Before the break, we were talking about Lego blocks or Lego pieces have been made from conventional plastic for a long time, but that's about to change.
Yep, that's what we were talking about. Anyways, Lego is set to start producing plastic pieces that aren't really plastic. Lego is going to start producing plastic pieces made from sugarcane. Yay! And we read, the new pieces will about 1 to 2% of all Lego bricks. Your options are A, hold on, B, result in, C, make up, or D, bring about.
题目的意思是，这种新的积木块将空格所有乐高积木块的1%到2%。那么文中的 percent 就表示%什么什么。那这题是来考我们片语动词，空格里面要填入有及物用法的片语动词。那我们先来看选项 A，hold on， 它是做不及物用，表示等一下或是坚持下去，那它的用法就不符合了。选项 B，result in， 还有选项 D，bring about， 都可以表达导致、造成或是带来什么什么。好，选项 C，make up 表示占了多少或是组成、构成。它常用的句型是 A make up B， 表示 A 组成 B， 或者是 B 加上 be 动词 made up of A， 表达 B 是由 A 所组成。例如 ，Female workers make up about 1/3 of the office staff。办公室里面的女性员工大约占了1/3。The album is made up of 12 songs. 这张专辑是由12首歌组成的。好，根据课文，它应该是要表达这种用植物做的新的积木块，大约会占所有乐高积木块的1%到2%。那最适合的片语动词就是 make up， 它表示占了多少。其他选项的语义都不符合，所以这些正确答案要选 C，make up. So the sentence should read.The
new pieces will make up about 1 to 2% of all Lego bricks. Now, some of you might be thinking, 1 to 2%? Big deal. Well, if this is indeed what you're thinking, think again. Lego is making moves and thinking big.
Right. The move is part of a bigger plan to use sustainable materials in major items 2030.
Your options are A, by, B, until, C, since, or D, for?
题目的意思是，此举是更大计划中的一部分。计划空格2030年在主要产品中使用永续材料。好，文中的 sustainable 它是形容可持续的或者是永续的。那这题是在考我们介系词。先来看选项 A by 它表示在什么什么之前 by 2030就表示在2030年以前。那么 B until 它是指持续到某个时间，表示直到什么什么。Until 2030就是用来表达某事或某状态一直持续到2030年为止。好，那么 C since 它表示自从，之后是要接表示过去的时间点，像是 since 1998自从1998年以来。那么 since 在这边的用法就不符合了。D for 它是指长达什么什么。那它之后是要接持续的一段时间，像 for 20 years 表示长达20年，所以 for 在这里用法也不符合。根据课文，它应该是要表达乐高这间公司它更大的计划是要在2030年以前，在他们的主要产品里面使用永续材料，所以比较适合的介系词是 by。这题的正确答案要选 A by。So the sentence should read:
The move is part of a bigger plan to use sustainable materials in major items by 2030. Again, I can sense that some of you have questions. You might be thinking, okay, Lego is thinking big and trying to do great things for the Earth. But will they ruin Lego blocks while trying to do grand things?
Nope. Children and parents will not notice any difference in the quality or appearance of the new element, the company says. There you have it. Lego blocks or pieces will not be changing in a noticeable way, says Lego itself.
Right. And Lego blocks or pieces will be a whole lot better for Mother Earth, which is a good thing. Okay, everyone, it is now time to take another break, but don't go away. We'll be back soon.
Lego is using the power of play to protect the planet.
Lego is getting the word out about its environmentally friendly plans. For example, the company made a video that features Lego Batman. The video discusses the importance of protecting the environment by using green materials. Children who choose to play with sustainable toys will be creating a positive effect on their own future. As Lego says, these children will protect the planet through the power of play.
Welcome back, everyone. Today's closed test is almost complete. This month, our article is called Lego is Using the Power of Play to Protect the Planet. In case you've forgotten, Lego is going to start making Lego pieces out of plastic made from sugarcane. This is part of their plan to use sustainable materials in their major items by 2030.
There you go. And Lego is letting the world know about their plans. Yes, Lego is getting the word out about its environmentally friendly plans.
All right, folks, it looks like we've come across the third vocabulary word of the day, the adverb environmentally. The adverb environmentally means in a way that is good for the environment, in a way that is good for the earth. So if something is environmentally friendly, it is good for Mother Earth. This thing is green, it's eco-friendly, it's sustainable, etc. Yeah, this thing does not pollute. If something is environmentally friendly, it does the opposite of polluting. For example, the university plans to build an environmentally friendly building.
Okay, everyone, let's move on. Next, we're going to learn how Lego Batman is involved in all of this. The next sentence says,
The company made a video that features Lego Batman. Your options are A, in total, B, after all, C, above all, or D, for example.
题目的意思是 空格逗号，该公司制作了一个乐高蝙蝠侠为主角的影片。那这题是在考我们副词片语。先来看选项 A in total 表示总共 B after all 表示毕竟或是终究 C above all 它表示最重要的是。那么 D for example 表示举例来说，例如。好，因为课文上一句提到乐高正在向外界宣传它的环保计划，那下一句又提到说乐高蝙蝠侠影片讨论到借由使用环保滤材来保护环境的重要性，那我们就可以推断题目这个句子啊，它其实是要举例说明乐高如何向外界来宣传它的环保计划，所以这题正确答案要选 D for example。So the sentence should read
For example, the company made a video that features Lego Batman.
Okay, here we have the final vocabulary word of the day, the verb feature. If A features B, A is a part of B, an important part of B. Yes, if you feature in something, you play an important role in something. You play a big or noticeable role in something. For example, even though the movie featured numerous stars, it still failed.
Gosh. Okay, moving on. All right, let's learn some more about this video featuring Lego Batman that was made by the Lego Company. The video apparently discusses the importance of protecting the environment by using green materials. That is, environmentally friendly materials.
Yep, and there's more. The video also makes it clear that children who choose to play with sustainable toys will be creating a positive on their own future.
Your options are A, view, B, step, C, effect, or D, experience.
题目的意思是，选择玩永续材料玩具的孩子将为自己的未来创造出正面的空格。这题是在考我们字汇，同学们在作答的时候，你必须要考虑到空格后方的介系词 on。好，选项 A view， 它在后面接 on 的时候是指观点或是看法。那么 B step， 它后面通常是接 in 或者是 to 来表示步骤。那么 C effect， 它是指影响 ，effect on 加上名词就表示对什么什么的影响。那么 D experience 后面可以接 of 来表达什么的经验，也可以接 in 来表示在某方面的经验，也可以接 with 来表达有什么样的经验。好，根据课文它应该是要表达玩永续材料的玩具会对孩子们有正面的影响，那选择永续材料玩具孩子会为自己的未来创造正面的影响，所以空格里面最适合填入的名词就是 effect， 正确答案要选 C effect。 So the sentence should read
Children who choose to play with sustainable toys will be creating a positive effect on their own future.
Everyone, our lesson is almost done. Only one sentence remains for this month's cloze test.
Right. So let's go ahead and read the final sentence of our article. It says, Lego says these children will protect the planet through the power of play. Your options are A, as, B, while, C, once, or D, because.
题目的意思是空格乐高所说的这些孩子将会透过游戏的力量来保护地球。好，这题是在考我们连接词，先来看选项 A as， 它是指正如或是就像。B while 是指在什么什么的时候。C once 它表示一旦或者是一怎么样就怎么样。那么 D because 表示由于因为。课文最后一句，他引用乐高公司的发表言论来支持他前一句提到的这个正面影响，我们就可以推断他是要表达，正如乐高所说的，就像乐高所说的，这些孩子会透过游戏的力量来保护地球。所以这题最适合答案要选 A as。 So the correct sentence should read
As Lego says, these children will protect the planet through the power of play. Okay, everyone, with that, we are now done with this month's cloze test.
Right, we are finished, which of course means it's time for a break. But don't go away, folks. We'll be back soon.
Lego is using the power of play to protect the planet.
Lego, the maker of the famous building blocks, is going green. The Danish company announced that this year it will begin producing plastic pieces that are made from sugarcane. The first of these pieces will include leaves and trees, toy plants that are made from real plants. The new pieces will make up about 1 to 2% of all Lego bricks. The move is part of a bigger plan to use sustainable materials in major items by 2030. Children and parents will not notice any difference in the quality or appearance of the new elements, the company says. Lego is getting the word out about its environmentally friendly plans. For example, the company made a video that features Lego Batman. The video discusses the importance of protecting the environment by using green materials. Children who choose to play with sustainable toys will be creating a positive effect on their own future. As Lego says, these children will protect the planet through the power of play.
I can't believe how fast the time has passed by. Wow, we sure had a great time today. Hope you can join us again for Live Interactive English. See you next time.
Now you're listening to Live Interactive English. Pay attention, everybody.
Hi everyone, welcome to Live Interactive English. This is Karen.
Hello everybody, I'm Shane.
Today we're looking at our day 1 of our daily conversation, and it's called A Plastic-Free Life, Taking Action. And the vocabulary words are actually.
Actually.
The test was actually much harder than I thought it would be.
Me too. Exactly.
Exactly.
I'd love to go to the movies tonight. That's exactly what I had in mind.
Me too. Improvement.
Improvement.
By making small improvements, you can bring about big changes.
Probably.
Probably.
Jeff went to the store, but he'll probably be back soon.
Really?
Probably.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're talking about a plastic-free life.
Yeah, so in Taiwan, by 2030, they're planning on banning all like disposable plastic items.
And also all the plastic bags that we use and the plastic straws.
Yeah, so I guess like plastic spoons, plastic straws, there's a lot of disposable plastic items that we get, right? And they've already seen this in the convenience stores and the stores all around Taiwan that if you want a plastic bag now, you have to pay money for that plastic bag.
Yes, and then sometimes they give you have to pay a little bit more than before.
Yeah.
And then to get one of those garbage bags.
Right.
So now what I do is that I carry my own bag and I can reuse it, and it's good for the environment.
Yeah, I think the government is kind of forcing us to do what we should already be doing, which is carrying, things that are recyclable or that we can reuse rather than just use it one time and then throw it away.
Because we don't want to create more trash.
That's right. There's already enough.
Save our environment.
There's already enough plastic out there that can't really be recycled, and it's just filling up all of the landfills. And so, yeah, it's a pretty important step.
So everyone should do their part and make our earth healthy again.
That's right. Okay.
Okay, enjoy today's lesson, guys.
Enjoy.
A plastic-free life.
A plastic-free life.
1. Taking action. Amy is reading an article about Taiwan's plans to ban plastic items.
So, what do you think about these plans to ban plastic bags, straws, and other disposable items by 2030?
It's great, but there's a lot more that we can do to get the ball rolling right now.
I agree. I've actually made a few lifestyle changes already. For one thing, I hardly ever use plastic bags anymore.
I guess that explains why you take your book bag everywhere you go.
Exactly. I'm thinking that maybe I should also take along my own utensils for when I eat out.
Welcome to Live Interactive English Magazine. Today's lesson is called Daily Conversation, A Plastic-Free Life. Day 1. Hi, I am Jeff. No more fingers.
And I'm Mike, and yes, we're talking about that was a thumb.
That's a thumb, not a finger.
We're talking about a plastic-free life. This is something that actually the world is kind of moving towards very quickly, right? Plastic straws are the latest thing that has kind of become unpopular. We now have to, of course, pay for plastic bags, garbage bags, and shopping bags and things like that. So how can you live a plastic-free life, a life where you don't use any plastic products? Well, Amy and David, the two characters in our dialogue, will be showing us the way.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to your question there, Mike, but I do know that doing nothing will get you nowhere. You have to act, you have to do things, you have to take action. The first part of this month's daily conversation is called Taking Action. And yes, we've got Amy and David. Now, Amy is reading an article about Taiwan's plans to ban plastic items. By the way, to ban something is to not allow that thing.
That's right.
Make it illegal even.
So Amy begins the conversation by asking David a good question. She says, so, what do you think about these plans to ban plastic bags, straws, and other disposable items by 2030. This is, I guess, something the Taiwan government has put forward. In the next 10 years or so, they want to get rid of all of those disposable items. Bags, obviously, straws, plastic cups, plastic forks, knives, spoons, bowls, lids, all that kind of stuff you get when you buy takeaway food, when you buy food that's made in a store, in a supermarket or something. Get rid of all of that stuff. Disposable basically means you use it once, then you throw it away. Of course, we know if this is a plastic item, it's not really good for the environment to do it that way.
Anyways, David thinks that this plan to get rid of plastic, for the most part, is great. He says it's great, but there's a lot more that we can do to get the ball rolling right now. David's saying, let's take action now. 2030 is still a long ways from now, so let's take action now. Let's do things now. Let's get the ball rolling.
Okay, so he thinks let's not just do things the way we've been doing them for another 10 years and then change. Let's change now. So Amy says, I agree. She's thinking the same thing. She has the same opinion. She agrees. I've actually made a few lifestyle changes already, Amy says. Good for her. For one thing, I hardly ever use plastic bags anymore. All right, well, that's a very good first step. So she's kind of pointing out that in reality, in real life, in truth, she has made some changes now. She also is not waiting. And she uses this adverb actually. Actually is used to point out that something is true, or here's a bit of information that maybe you didn't know that is, important when we're talking about this topic. I've actually done this. Did you do it? Yes, actually, I did it yesterday. Not only is it done, but it was done a long time ago. Here's a bit of a fact. Here's a bit of information that you didn't know, and I'm pointing it out. For example, the test was actually much harder than I thought it would be. To tell you the truth, to give you the full information, the test was harder than I imagined.
Cool. So, for example, or for one thing, I hardly ever use plastic bags anymore.
That's great.
That's what Amy says. That is great. That's a step forward. It sounds like Amy is trying to get the ball rolling. Anyways, next, David says, I guess that explains why you take your book bag everywhere you go.
She uses it as a shopping bag.
She uses that as her bag, and then she throws it out because book bags are disposable.
No,
of course not. You can use the bag over and over and over and over again.
That's right.
Anyways, next, Amy says, exactly. That's why I'm carrying my bag around all the time. Then she says, I'm thinking that maybe I should also take along my own utensils for when I eat out. So, precisely, this is why I'm doing this thing. You're exactly right there, David. And yes, here the word exactly means precisely. You are totally correct in every detail. That's what this word is being used to say here. For example, I'd love to go to the movies tonight. That's exactly what I had in mind. That's what I was thinking in every way, shape, and form, and in every detail. All right, folks, with that, it's time for us to take a break, but don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Hanny。这次绘画主题是 A Plastic-Free Life。Plastic 可以当形容词，也可以当名词。当形容词就表示塑胶的，当名词就表示塑胶。Plastic 后面加上 free 表示无什么的，或是免除什么的。它把它构成复合形容词 plastic free 就表示无塑胶的，不使用塑胶的。好，我们生活中充满了塑胶制品，要怎么样才能过无塑生活呢？赶快看看对话里面两位主角有什么对策吧。对话一开始 ，Amy 就问 David 对于台湾要在2030年全面禁用塑胶袋、吸管还有其他免洗用品的这些计划有什么看法？David 认为说这个做法很棒啊，不过并不需要等到2030年，现在我们就可以开始做很多事情来减少塑胶用量了。Amy 很赞同，她其实已经改变她一些生活方式，几乎不再使用塑胶袋了。那 David 也有注意到，他不管走到哪里，随身都带着书包。Amy 就回答说，没错，而且他还在想说，也许出去吃饭的时候也应该自己带餐具。先来看两个单字 ，actually 它表示事实上、实际上。那么 exactly 这个副词它常常用在回复对方，表示同意对方所说的话，那意思就相当于中文的没错、正是。Exactly 呢还可以用来表达正确地。那刚刚 Jeff 老师解释单字时，他用到 precisely 这个副词可以表达精确地或是准确地。好，这边还有3个补充单字 ban 它表示禁止，在这边当动词。Disposable 它是表达用完即丢的，像 disposable chopsticks 就可以用来表达免洗筷。那么 utensil 它是指用具或是器皿。接回到课文中。
We all have room for improvement. I'm really bad with straws. You know how I love the tea shops here in Taiwan.
Why don't you just get a reusable straw?
You mean ones that aren't made of plastic? What are they made of?
You can find straws made of metal or glass.
I didn't know that. Actually, I should probably just get a reusable cup.
Yes, great idea. I should get one too.
All right, before the break, we heard from Amy. She has some really good ideas on how to cut down on her plastic usage.
That's right.
In fact, she's going to start carrying utensils with her when she goes out to eat.
Yeah, I've seen people, they have a little box with some chopsticks and maybe a spoon or something in there. They don't have to use the disposable kind, the kind you throw away. It's only good for the environment. And as David points out, we all have room for improvement. We can all do better in protecting the environment and being aware of how much plastic and garbage we produce. Yes, this is definitely room for improvement. We can all improve in some way. Improve is the verb form. To improve is to get better at something. If you want to get better at any sport or playing a musical instrument, you practice. And if you practice regularly for 3 or 4 months or even longer, you will show improvement. Improvement is the noun form of improve. It's something that has changed for the better. That change, that bettered performance is an improvement. For example, by making small improvements, you can bring about big changes. Some little improvements can add up to a big change. Now, David's looking at his own behavior where he has room for improvement. He says, I'm really bad with straws, plastic straws. And then he says, you know how I love the tea shops here in Taiwan. And who doesn't? They're great. They offer you wonderful cool drinks and warm drinks and everything in between. But they almost always come with a plastic cup and a plastic straw, which end up in the garbage.
That's the killer.
That's the problem.
When you go to one of these tea shops, they'll have a paper cup, let's say, and there'll be a plastic seal on top. There won't be a hole that you can actually put something through. You have to use that straw to poke through the plastic. So you can't do without the straw sometimes, and that's not good. But Amy apparently has a solution. She says, stop using those straws by getting a reusable straw. She says, why don't you just get a reusable straw? And reusable straws are things. My wife and I just bought our daughter a reusable straw made out of metal that she'll use hopefully until she goes to college. She won't have to use a plastic straw from now until then.
That's
until
right.
we kick her out of the house.
Well, good for you. Actually, I bought a set of reusable straws for my sister and my niece for Christmas, too. So you can get them. They're plastic. Sometimes they're glass. They come with a brush that you can use to wash them and clean them, and you'll never have to use another plastic one again. So David, he's just hearing about these reusable straws, so he asks Amy a few questions. You mean ones that aren't made of plastic? What are they made of?
And Amy says you can find straws made of metal or glass, which is true. We bought our daughter a metallic or metal straw because she's only 4. We didn't want her to have a glass straw. That's probably a bad idea, or it would have probably been a bad idea.
Yeah,
Anyways.
You'd only have to be careful if you're drinking something hot.
Yeah.
Right, the metal straw. But I don't actually drink hot drinks with a straw, so not a problem for me.
Anyways, David next says, I didn't know that. I didn't know that reusable straws existed. Actually, he adds, I should probably just get a reusable cup.
Sure.
This is what I should do. Why not? I should probably just get a reusable cup. This is probably what I'm going to do. This is how I should act. It just makes sense. Anyways, the word probably is an adverb. We've got an example sentence. Jeff went to the store, but he'll probably be back soon. He'll likely be back soon. In all likelihood, if I were being fancy, in all likelihood, he'll be back soon.
There you go. So this idea of getting a reusable cup to use with your reusable straw is an idea Amy likes. She says, yes, great idea. I should get one too. So she already has the straw. She'll get the cup. And pretty soon they will be plastic free, at least when it comes to their visits to the tea shop. Fantastic. All right, that's it for today. But we'll be back tomorrow with more about how you guys can, all of us, can try to live a plastic-free or at least a much reduced plastic life. We'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Amy 为了减少生活中的塑胶用量，她已经有改变一些生活习惯了。刚刚 Jeff 老师用到 cut down 这个片语 ，cut down 表示减少、削减。那我们常常用 cut down on something 来表达减少某事物。好，接着 David 说，大家都还有改进的空间，像他自己呢，很爱手摇茶饮料，很难不用到吸管。的确是这样塑胶吸管啊、塑胶杯、塑胶杯盖，这些都是很棘手的问题。刚刚 Jeff 老师用到 killer 这个字 ，killer 除了指杀手，在口语中也可以用来表达棘手的事物。好，那么 Amy 她就建议 David 可以买重复使用的吸管，有的是金属做的，有的是玻璃做的。David 觉得，除了吸管，他应该也还要买个环保杯来用。那文中的 reusable 它是形容可以重复使用的 ，reusable cup 就可以用来表达环保杯。那我们最后来看两个单字 ，improvement 表示改进或是改善，是当名词。那它的动词就是 improve 表示改进、改善或是增进。至于 probably 它是副词，表示或许或是很有可能。Jeff 老师用到 in all likelihood 表示很有可能。那其中这个 likelihood 就表示可能或是可能性，是当名词。好啦，以上是这个讲解，同学们别走开，马上回来哦。大家好，我是 Hanny。在今天的课程中，我们要介绍4个文法重点。第一个是 get the ball rolling， 第二个是 for one thing， 第三个是 take along， 第四个是 A be made of B。首先，我们来学习 get the ball rolling。Get the ball rolling 字面意思是让球滚动起来，引申的意思是使某个活动开始或是发生，那它用来表达开始行动或是开始做某事。动词 get 也可以用 set 或是 start 来代换。例如 She shared some of her ideas to get the ball rolling at the meeting。 她分享了一些想法来作为会议的开始。接下来 我们来学习 for one thing。For one thing 表示首先一来，它是用来列举原因，常常跟 for another 或者是 for another thing 搭配使用，表达一来怎么样，再者怎么样。例如 It's difficult for Mark to lose weight. For one thing, he rarely exercises. For another, he can't resist sweets. Mark 要减重并不容易，一来他很少运动，再者他无法抗拒甜食的诱惑。接下来，我们来学习 take along。Take along 是可分动词片语，它的意思及用法跟 bring along 相同，表示携带。它的受词可以是人或是物，例如 Don't forget to take along extra batteries for the camera. 别忘了要多带几颗相机的备用电池。再看个例句 She brought her daughter along when she went to the post office. 她带她女儿一起去邮局。最后，我们来学习 A be made of B。句型 A be made of B 表示 A 由 B 制成。那这个句型是用来表达构成某事物的材质或是原料，从成品的外观看得出制作原料。例如 The chair is made of wood. 这张椅子是木质的。顺便补充相关句型 A be made from B 也可以表示 A 由 B 制成。那这个句型是用来表达某产品的来源，从成品外观看不出原料。例如Paper is made from wood. 纸是由木材制成的。以上是今天重点整理，我们下次见喽 ！See you next time. Bye.
I can't believe how fast the time has passed by. Wow, we sure had a great time today. Hope you can join us again for Live Interactive English. See you next time.
Now you're listening to Live Interactive English. Pay attention, everybody.
Hi everyone, welcome to Live Interactive English. This is Karen.
I missed you guys. I'm Shane.
Today we're looking at day 2 of our daily conversation, and it's called A Plastic-Free Life, Taking Extra Steps. And the vocabulary words are necessity.
Necessity.
Food and water are basic necessities.
Jar.
Jar.
There is a jar of jam on the table.
Stuff.
Stuff.
The shop sells all kinds of stuff.
Aware.
Aware.
Please be aware of the rules.
Okay, I am aware of the rules.
Are you, though? Are you really?
Yeah, I don't use, like the plastic bags anymore.
Oh, okay. So you really are taking extra steps in order to kind of get rid of plastic bags?
Well, I don't want to encourage using plastic bags because that's going to create more trash.
So in the second day, though, we're talking about becoming plastic-free. So just not using plastic anymore. Because the problem with plastic is actually really hard to get back into the earth, right? For
That's
it
right.
to biodegrade, we say. So if we can avoid plastics altogether, that would be great.
But I guess it's not very easy. But look at all the, things that we use at home, like toothbrushes.
Yeah, so
right
now there are a lot of alternatives. Like we read in the dialogue that there's like bamboo toothbrushes rather than plastic. And
But how about like the toothpaste tubes?
yeah, they have like glass jars now that you can use instead of plastic.
Okay.
So I think if, companies just are creative, they can make products that are plastic free. But I think the main thing is that just as a consumer,
Yes.
as people who are buying these things, that we are aware.
And then you can support the companies that are more environmentally friendly.
Yeah, and then yourself, just don't use things. Bring along a fork and some chopsticks and just have those in your bag with you every day rather than wasting them, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There's so much we can do.
Let's learn more and let's become better earthlings.
All right. Enjoy today's lesson.
Enjoy.
2. Taking extra steps. David and Amy discuss how they can become completely plastic-free. Avoiding plastic used for food and drinks is a good start, but why stop there?
Well, it's pretty hard to totally eliminate it from your life. I mean, what about common necessities like toothbrushes?
Believe it or not, there are plastic-free toothbrushes. You can get one made of bamboo.
Okay, but what about toothpaste? That always comes in a plastic tube.
Not always. You can get toothpaste in glass jars, though you might have to go to special shops for that.
Welcome to Live Interactive English Magazine. Today's lesson is called Daily Conversation, a Plastic-Free Life. Day 2. Hi, everyone. My name is Jeff.
And I'm Mike. And yes, we're enjoying our second dialogue with our friends Amy and David. They're kind of talking about how we can live a more plastic-free life. Today, we're going to be taking it a little bit further, which is a good thing because the title of our dialogue today is Taking Extra Steps. So doing even more than you might expect or even more than you might already know about.
Part 1 of the daily conversation was called Taking Action. That's when you start to do something, okay? Yep. I remember Amy or David talking about getting the ball rolling, but that's just the beginning. You have to follow through and do more. It's not enough to take action. Sometimes you also have to take extra steps. Anyways, David and Amy, of course, they are back, and David and Amy discuss how they can become completely plastic-free. So straws and cups, that's not enough.
Wow, completely plastic-free.
Plastic-free.
This, of course, is not all plastic because, you know, your smartphone has plastic in it, but you don't throw away your smartphone every time you use it. So we're really talking about the things that we use and then throw away, those disposable items that we talked about yesterday. So Amy begins today's dialogue with another great question for her friend David. She says, avoiding plastic used for food and drinks is a good start. That was yesterday's topic. But why stop there? So she's kind of saying this not really as a question, just as a way of sort of moving the conversation or getting people to think, yeah, why should we stop there? What are some other things we can do?
Next, David says, well, I would like to totally get rid of plastic in my life, but it's pretty hard to totally eliminate it from your life. By the way, if you eliminate something, you totally get rid of that thing. You remove that thing, let's say, from your life. And David's not done. He also says, I mean, what about common necessities like toothbrushes? Remember, your toothbrush is probably made of plastic. So should you stop brushing your teeth? No, because toothbrushes and brushing your teeth and taking care of your teeth and stuff like this, these things are necessities. Yes, here the word is necessity. It's a noun. A necessity is something that is necessary. It's something that you need. It's something that you can't go without. You have to have that thing. And yes, you have to have a toothbrush or else your teeth are going to rot out of your face, and that's not a good thing.
Anyways, have to get plastic teeth.
Plastic teeth end up in the oceans. Anyways, for example, food and water are basic necessities. You need these things in order to live. Without them, you will die.
That's right. And a toothbrush, you could also say, is a necessity. I've never seen a metal toothbrush or a glass one. And of course, you do replace toothbrushes, right? Because they stop working quite as well. But Amy's got a bit of news for all of us. She says, believe it or not, there are plastic-free toothbrushes that are made without any plastic. And she says you can get one made of bamboo. Bamboo. So it is disposable, but of course bamboo is natural. It's biodegradable. It will break down over time when you throw it away. It won't be there forever like a plastic brush.
Next, David says, okay. Bamboo toothbrush. A toothbrush made of bamboo. Okay, but what about toothpaste? The toothpaste, that always comes in a plastic tube. When you get it, they have to give it to you in a container. And yes, that container is plastic, or the tube comes in plastic.
It does always come in plastic, but Amy disagrees. She says not always. All toothpaste does not come in plastic bottles or tubes. You can actually get an alternative. It says you can get toothpaste in glass jars. though you might have to go to special shops for that. And a jar is basically a container. Jars are usually kind of short, a little bit wide, round. They often have a lid on top. When you think of what you keep your jam in, or honey, or peanut butter, or something like that, those are often in jars. Jars made of plastic or, quite commonly, glass as well. For example, there is a jar of jam on the table. Pick it up, unscrew the top, and in the toothpaste case, I guess, dip your bamboo toothbrush in there and brush away.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
All right, folks, with that, it's time for us to take a break. But don't go away. We'll wrap up this month's daily conversation after this.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Hanny。我们在第一天的对话当中看到 ，Amy 和 David 已经开始采取行动，慢慢把一些用完即丢的塑胶用品换成可以重复利用的环保用具了。那现在他们正在讨论要如何达到完全无塑胶的目标。Jeff 老师说，你要达成目标，除了要开始采取行动，还要坚持到底。那老师用到 follow through 这个片语，它表示持续的执行，直到完成为止，常常用来指持续执行的计划啊，或是政策等等。那用来表达说坚持或者是进行到底。好 ，David 就提到说，要把塑胶完全从生活中排除是很困难的，尤其是常见的必需品，像是牙刷还有牙膏。那牙膏通常都是装在塑胶管里面嘛。那 Amy 就说，其实现在市面上有非塑胶制的牙刷，像是竹制的，也就是竹子做的，而且还有玻璃罐装的牙膏，不过可能得去特别的店才买得到。好，我们先来看两个单字 ，necessity。它当可数名词可以用来表达必需品或者是不可或缺的事物，那它可以当不可数名词来表达必要性。好，那它的相关词性 necessary 则是形容词，形容必要的或是必须的。再来看 jar 它是指玻璃罐或者是广口瓶。至于补充单字 eliminate 它表示排除消除，它是当动词来用。那 eliminate 它的意思就跟 get rid of 或者是 remove 很相近。好，刚刚 Mike 老师有提到竹制产品可以生物分解，那老师用到 biodegradable 这个形容词就表示可以生物分解的。老师还有用到片语动词 break down 这个片语它当不及物用的时候有分解的意思。接回到课文中。
You sure know a lot about this stuff.
Honestly, there are still a lot of things I haven't been able to cut out. Some of my personal cosmetics, the pens I write with, and even the sunscreen I use at the beach, they all require plastic.
Well, cutting out plastic completely is no easy task, but at least you're aware of the problem and trying to solve it.
Yeah, I need to read up a bit more on this subject.
Let me know what you find out.
I will.
Something has occurred to me. Amy knows a lot about plastic.
Yeah, she does. She seems to be really familiar with a lot of these better products that we can get. That's great. And I'm learning a lot too. I didn't know about the bamboo toothbrushes or the toothpaste in a jar. And it seems that David has also noticed that Amy really has a lot of knowledge about alternatives to plastic disposable items.
Yep, next he says, Amy, you sure know a lot about this stuff. You know a lot about plastic and how we can eliminate it from our lives. Well done, Amy. Well done. Now, before we move on, let's talk about this word stuff. First of all, the word stuff is usually plural in nature, so you don't need to add that S to it. It is a non-count noun. And when people talk about stuff, they're talking about things. Maybe things you own, like possessions and stuff like that. But here, yes, stuff is a word that kind of points to or indicates or talks about things, material in general, in a general and maybe an indeterminate way. When you can't be super clear, let's say, about your things, you can call your things your stuff. Here, you sure know a lot about this stuff. You sure know a lot about these things. That's what David is saying. For example, the shop sells all kinds of stuff. Not all kinds of stuffs. That's not okay.
Back to the dialogue. Amy is explaining why she knows a lot about this stuff. She says, honestly, there are still a lot of things I haven't been able to cut out. She knows a lot about it because she's been thinking a lot about it. And she's been trying to cut out or trying to eliminate, that word we saw earlier, as many plastic things from her life. She says, some of my personal cosmetics, my makeup, the pens I write with, made with plastic, and even the sunscreen I use at the beach, that tube of sunscreen or that jar or bottle, they all require plastic. So there are some of these things that it's harder to eliminate than others.
It's harder to cut it out of your life, to cut down on these things or to get rid of them completely, to cut them out of your life.
Credit cards.
Credit cards are indeed plastic, but that's changing. Apple Pay and Android Pay are
true.
That you can use those instead of credit cards.
Go.
Anyways, next, David says, well, cutting out plastic completely is no easy task, but at least, Amy, at least you're aware of the problem and trying to solve it. You've taken action, and now you're also taking extra steps.
There you go.
Well done.
Being aware of the problem, being aware of any problem is really the first step you have to take before fixing it or solving it. Because to be aware of something, this adjective just means to know about something, right? You can't fix a problem if you don't know about the problem. You can't, get that spot off the back of your shirt if you can't see the spot on the back of your shirt. You have to know about it. You have to be aware of it. So reading the news, learning about new things, new information, this is a way to be aware of what's going on in the world. For example, please be aware of the rules, right? Saying, I didn't know it was a rule. That is not a good defense. You should be aware. You should know about that stuff.
Mike, you got a spot on the back of your shirt.
Spot on the back
now
of
you
shirt.
know about
now
it.
I know about it.
Now you're aware.
I can clean. Thanks for making me aware.
Anyways, Amy next says, yeah, I need to read up a bit more on this subject, okay? To cut plastic out of my life, I'm going to have to study. I'm going to have to learn some more. I'm going to have to read up on this subject.
Become more aware. So there you go. And David is happy she'll be doing that, and he would love her to share the things that she learns about this stuff, about this subject. So he says, let me know what you find out. Keep me aware, tell me what you find out. And Amy says, I will. So it sounds like together they're going to be doing as much as they can to eliminate all the unnecessary plastic from their lives. And so should we.
So should we. We should really strive towards a plastic-free Earth. Okay, folks, with that, our lesson has come to an end, and it's time for us to say bye-bye.
Amy 刚刚建议 David 可以去买竹制的牙刷，还有玻璃罐装的牙膏。他对于减少塑胶用量这方面的事情懂很多。不过呢，他还有很多没有办法戒掉的东西，像是化妆品啊、写字用的笔啊、防晒乳等等，这些全都需要用到塑胶。David 就认为完全不用塑胶并不容易，至少 Amy 她有意识到这个问题，也有尝试要解决，这样已经很棒了。那么 Amy 就说她还需要再多多研究这个主题，如果之后还有什么发现新的资讯啊，或者新的方法，她也会跟 David 来分享。我们最后来看两个单字 stuff。Stuff 是指东西、物品，那要特别注意 stuff 是不可数名词。当我们没有要特别明讲啊，明确指出有哪些东西时，你就可以用 stuff 来统称。刚刚 Jeff 老师在解释单字时，他用到 indeterminate， 只是形容不确定的、不明确的或是含糊的。好，下一个单字 aware 是形容词，形容意识到的、察觉到的或是知道的。我们常常用 be aware of 加上名词或动名词来表达意识到什么、察觉到什么。好，另外文中的 cut out 它表示戒除或是停止使用。好了，那么以上是今天的讲解，同学别走开，马上回来哦。大家好，我是 Hanny。在今天的课程中，我们要介绍4个文法重点。第一个是 believe it or not， 第二个是 come in 加上名词，第三个是 cut out， 第四个是 read up on something 或是 read up about something。首先，我们来学习 believe it or not。Believe it or not 表示信不信由你，是用来带出一项可能令人吃惊的事实。例如 Believe it or not, an adult elephant can drink up to 300 liters of water per day. 信不信由你，成年的大象一天可以喝下高达300公升的水。接下来，我们来学习 come in 加上名词。come in 加上名词表示以什么样的形式贩售。come in 后面常常接表示尺寸、材质、颜色等等的名词，用来表达物品有哪些不同的样式可供选择。例如 The blouse comes in 5 colors. 这款女衬衫有5种颜色可以选择。接下来，我们来学习 cut out。cut out 是及物片语动词，可以用来指戒除或是停止使用。例如He hasn't made up his mind to cut out smoking. 他还没有下定决心戒烟。另外，在口语中可以用 cut it out 或是 cut that out 来表达别闹了，住手，停手。例如 That's enough, kids. Cut it out. 小朋友够咯，别闹了，马上给我住手。最后，我们来学习 read up on something 或是 read up about something。片语动词 read up on something 或是 read up about something 是指为了得到相关资讯而做彻底的研究或者是钻研某事物。例如 He read up on the history of the cathedral. 他彻底的研究那座大教堂的历史。以上是今天重点整理，我们下次见喽 See you next time. Bye.
I can't believe how fast the time has passed by. Wow, we sure had a great time today. Hope you can join us again for Live Interactive English. See you next time.
Now you're listening to Live Interactive English. Pay attention, everybody.
Hi everyone, welcome to Live Interactive English. This is Karen.
Hello everybody, I'm Shane.
Today we're looking at day 1 of a few okay facts. And the vocabulary words are native.
Native.
He speaks good Chinese, though it is not his native language.
Form.
Form.
Fish come in many shapes and forms.
Election.
Election.
There will be a national election later this year.
Nickname.
Nickname.
Because he is so great, the players' fans nicknamed him the King.
All right.
The King.
Operator.
Operator.
The crane operator has to be very careful at his job. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Let's begin, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
I say okay all the time.
I think it must be one of the most used words in the English language because we're always saying, okay.
That's
okay.
right. And I think even in Taiwan, I think sometimes you hear people say, okay.
Yeah, it's
okay.
This English word has been adopted into almost every language. I think almost every language uses the word okay to mean
very easy to say.
All right, right? And that's really what it comes from, is saying all correct.
Oh.
All right.
But the spelling from like the slang correct with a K, not a C.
Exactly.
All correct.
So all correct. That basically means nothing's wrong. Everything's fine, right? So it's just kind of a way now we just say okay for everything.
I know. I do that too. And then I think people used to call my dad okay.
What?
They used to call him okay Chen because his last name is Chen. And then in his company, because every time they ask him to do something and he'd be like, okay. And he would get it done with no problem.
Wow.
So then he got his nickname, okay Chen.
Because he was just always agreed to do things.
Very
right?
efficient, I think.
No problem.
No problem.
Coming up,
okay.
boss.
That's
wow,
right.
Your dad seems like he was a very good worker.
That's right. Okay, well, let's learn more about these okay facts.
Okay?
Okay.
A few okay facts.
While many English words are borrowed from other languages, okay is one English word that many other languages have borrowed. But here's a question that even most native English speakers cannot answer. Where did okay come from?
Welcome to Live Interactive English Magazine. Today's lesson is called A Few Okay Facts. Day one. Hi, everyone. I'm Jeff, and I'm okay.
Are you feeling okay?
I'm feeling solidly okay.
How's everything going today, Jeff?
Okay.
It's okay? Okay. All right. So we're going to move on with the article. Yes, a few okay facts. What are we talking about? We're actually talking about that expression, those two letters, okay. Now, for some of you who are familiar with America, you might say, okay, that's Oklahoma, the American state. And well, it is, but we're not talking about that okay. We're talking about all right, great, fine, fantastic, okay.
And we're also not talking about that convenience store here in Taiwan.
Oh, that's right.
The OK Mart.
The Circle K.
Or the Circle K back in America. No. We're talking about OK. Now, I use this word, or I use these two letters, I would say, 10, 20 times a day.
Okay.
Do I know where this particular expression comes from? Not a clue. So let's go ahead and find out. Let's find some stuff out about okay. Anyways, while many English words are borrowed from other languages like Latin and French and Germanic and stuff like that, okay is one English word that many other languages have borrowed.
It's true. You can travel around the world, and if someone asks you, is everything okay? You can just generally say okay, and even if they ask you the question in Japanese or whatever, they'd probably still understand those two letters. But here's a question that even most native English speakers cannot answer. Where did okay come from? Where did this expression originate? Or where did it come from? Now, if you're learning English as a second language, you might say, well, I don't know, I don't even know that much English. But for native English speakers like ourselves, even we don't know where it came from.
Haven't a clue. I have no idea where okay came from. And I'm a native English speaker. That's my original language. It's the language I speak on a daily basis, and it's the language I've spoken my entire life. It's my first language. It's my native language. It's the language I am most comfortable speaking.
It's your mother tongue?
By the way, here the word native is an adjective, and yes, English is my native language or my mother tongue. For example, he speaks good Chinese, though it is not his native language. Native language speakers of Chinese can tell that it's not his native language. All right, folks, with that, it's time for us to take a break, but don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Hanny。同学们平常在跟人家对话的时候，会常常说 OK 吗？好，这两天课文就是要介绍 OK 的由来，还有使用禁忌。我们先补充一下，要表达某事物的起源、由来，你可以用这个动词 originate， 它表示起源或是来自。好，那课文提到有很多英文字是从其他语言借来的，不过 OK 这个英文字却被许多其他的语言给借走。不管你去日本啊、泰国或是其他地方旅游，世界各地的人几乎都听得懂 OK。可是 OK 是从哪里来的呢？这个问题啊，就算是最道地的英语母语人士也答不出来哦。我们先来看单字 native。Native 就是形容土生土长的或是母语的。当我们要表达母语的时候，可以说 native language 或是 first language 或者是 mother tongue， 这些都可以。那刚刚 Jeff 老师聊到很多英文字都是从其他语言借来的，老师有说到 Germanic 是用来形容日耳曼语系的。介华课文中
A few okay facts.
In 1839, a Boston writer wrote an article for his newspaper. As a joke, he ended the article with the term OK, which stood for all correct, a slang spelling of all correct. Although we can't say whether this was the first usage of OK in any form, it's surely the first known written usage.
Okay, Mike, let's get back into our discussion of okay. Get this. In 1839, a Boston writer wrote an article for his newspaper. Big deal, right? Well, we're not quite done yet. As a joke, he ended the article with the term okay, which stood for all correct, a slang spelling of all correct. O-L-L-K-O-R-R-E-C-T, where it should have been spelled A-L-L-C-O-R-R-E-C-T. But this was a slang spelling, and this was where okay came from, apparently.
Okay, so he might have been using these other letters and this other spelling just as sort of a funny way of doing it or an interesting way of doing it. So that's one of the stories that we have about the history or the origins of okay. And the article continues by saying, although we can say whether this was the first usage of okay in any form, it's surely the first known written usage. Now, form, this is a word that can mean a lot of different things. Generally, we talk about the shape or the design of something, the form of something, all right? You can definitely tell the form of a bus versus the form of an airplane. They have different shapes. Here we're talking about in any form, in any way, in any sort of produced version, all right? So this is the first time it was used in anything from written to books to magazines to set in a movie, or they didn't have movies back then, but recorded or anything like that. It's the first time in any way okay was used. For example, fish come in many shapes and forms. There we're talking about the shape or the design, the look of something.
There you go. Okay, folks, with that, it's time for us to take a break, but don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
到底 OK 是从哪里来的呢？在1839年，有一位波士顿的作者替他的报社写一篇文章。那这个作者呢，用 O 点 K 点这个用语呢，来作为文章的结尾，当做一个玩笑。他这个 O 点 K 点代表着 All correct。OLL-KORRECT， 那它是 all correct 的一种俚语拼法，也就是 ALLCORRECT， 表达完全正确。好，那这就是 OK 在书写上第一次使用。不过我们没有办法说这是 OK 任何形式的起源。那这边有一个单字是 form。form 当名词，它表示形态或是形式、类型。那当动词可以表达形成或是组成。Mike 老师在解释单字时提到 version 可以用来表达版本或是形式。好，另外补充单字 slang 表示俚语。那么 usage 表示使用或者是语言里面的用法、说法。接回到课文中。
A few okay facts.
The year after the article was written was an American election year. One man who ran for president was nicknamed Old Kinderhook. His supporters took the first two letters of his nickname and formed the OK Club. They even created the message, "Vote for OK." So the term OK quickly spread across the whole nation. By the 1870s, telegraph operators were using it to show that they had received messages without any problems, and the term began to catch on all over the world.
Okay, 1839, that's when this article was written, and the year after the article was written, it was an American election year. So in 1840, they held an election in America. Now, before we learn anything else, let's talk about the noun election. An election is an event that's important to democracy. Yes, during elections, citizens of a country or some place, these citizens vote. They vote to elect their government or people in their government. For example, there will be a national election later this year.
There you go. So people voted in 1840 in America. Now, why is that important? Well, let's move on and find out exactly why. We read one man who ran for president was nicknamed Old Kinderhook. Old with an O, Kinderhook with a K. Now, of course, this was not this person's real name. I believe it was Martin Van Buren who became president later on. But this was his nickname. And a nickname, or to nickname, it can be used as both a verb and a noun. Well, a nickname is a casual, friendly name that people have for someone. Maybe a good friend, maybe a famous person, something like that, all right? So, for example, we might say Air Jordan for Michael Jordan or something like that. That's his nickname. And to give one of those friendly, casual names to a person, you nickname that person, all right? So if you have a friend and you give them a name that kind of becomes their nickname, you have nicknamed that friend. For example, because he is so great, the player's fans nicknamed him the King, all right? King James is LeBron James's nickname. Anyway, so there was this guy in the election, they called him Old Kinderhook. It says his supporters took the first two letters of his nickname and formed the OK Club, the Old Kinderhook Club. So, was it 1839 in that article or 1840 in the election? I'm not really sure, but it was all around the same time. So we're not sure if it came from the article or from the nickname, but wherever it came from, it proved to be very popular.
This is when it caught on. Was it the article? Was it Old Kinderhook? Maybe it was both. We just don't know. Anyways, more on the OK Club that we were just talking about. They even created the message, vote for OK. So the term OK quickly spread across the whole nation. This is when OK as a term caught fire. And get this, by the 1870s, okay, telegraph operators were using it. That's what a telegraph is. I hope that's a pretty good illustration thereof. These telegraph operators were using it to show that they had received messages without any problem, and the term began to catch on all over the world. So first the United States, then the world. Apparently a telegraph operator would receive a message and then say, or somehow gesture or make it known that they had gotten this message and everything was okay by saying okay. Now, here we've got an operator, okay? The word operator, by the way, is a noun. An operator is a person who runs something. It's a person who maybe drives a piece of machinery, or it could be a person who's in control of a machine, or in this case, some telegraph or telegraphing equipment. For example, the crane operator has to be very careful at his job when he's driving the crane or operating the crane. This person has to be careful. All right, folks, that's it for day one of our article on OK. But I hope you guys had more than an okay time listening to us. Anyways, for now, bye-bye.
Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow.
刚刚说到1839年，一位波士顿的作者以 O.K 来当做他的文章结尾。那隔一年呢，是美国的选举年，有一位竞选总统的男子，他绰号叫做 Old Kinderhook。Old Kinderhook 老金德胡克，他的支持者呢就用他绰号的字首缩写，也就是 Old 的 O， 还有 Kinderhook 的 K 来组成一个 OK 后援会。他们甚至还创造出投票给 OK 的这个讯息，于是这个 OK 的用语就迅速传遍全国。Jeff 老师刚刚用到一个片语叫做 catch fire。Catch fire 字面上的意思是着火，那它可以用来比喻某事物像着火一般迅速蔓延，引起狂热。接着我们来看两个单字 election 它表示选举，那 Jeff 老师有提到 democracy 则是指民主。好，下一个单字 nickname 它可以当动词或当名词，当动词就表示取绰号，那当名词就是指绰号或是昵称。好，课文最后提到，到了1870年代，电报操作员用 OK 来表达他们收到讯息没有任何问题。那接着这个用语就开始在世界各地流行起来了。文中的 telegraph 就是电报，那我们的单字 operator 则是指操作员。好啦，以上是今天的讲解，同学别走开，马上回来哦。大家好，我是 Hanny。在今天的课程中，我们要介绍4个文法重点。第一个是 as 做介系词，表示作为、当作。第二个是 and A with B。第三个是 stand for。第四个是 whether 主词加动词，当作名词子句。首先，我们来学习 as 做介系词，表示作为、当作。as 当介系词，它可以表达作为什么什么，当作什么什么，像是 He bowed before the king as a sign of respect。他向国王鞠躬，以示尊敬。接下来，我 我们来学习 and A with B。and 当动词是指使结束。And A with B 就表示用 B 来为 A 收尾，用 B 作为 A 的结束。例如 The band ended the concert with one of their new songs. 那个乐团以他们其中一首新歌来作为演唱会的结尾。接下来我们来学习 stand for。偏语动词 stand for 可以指代表、象征。例如TLC stands for Tender Loving Care. TLC 代表的是温情的呵护与关爱。最后，我们来学习 whether 主词加动词做名词子句。whether 可以引导名词子句表达是否怎么样。子句在句中可以当主词、受词或主词补语用。当主词的时候，必须视为单数型，后面搭配单数动词。我们来看3个例句。Whether we go hiking tomorrow depends on the weather. 我们明天是否会去健行，取决于天气。句中的名词子句 Whether we go hiking tomorrow 是主词，后面搭配单数动词 depend。看第2个例句。I wonder whether they know the news. 我很好奇他们是否知道这个消息。那句中的名词子句 Whether they know the news 是作为动词 wonder 的受词。再看第3个例句。The problem is whether you have enough money. 问题就在于你是否有足够的钱。那句中的名词子句 Whether you have enough money 是当主词补语。以上是今天的重点整理，我们下次见喽。See you next time. Bye.
I can't believe how fast the time has passed by. Wow, we sure had a great time today. Hope you can join us again for Live Interactive English. See you next time.
Now you're listening to Live Interactive English. Pay attention, everybody.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Live Interactive English. This is Karen.
We're ready?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. I'm Shane.
Today we're looking at day 2. Okay. Today we're looking at day 2 of a few okay facts.
Okay.
And the vocabulary words are gesture.
Gesture.
Shaking your head is a common gesture for no.
Dive.
Dive.
It's dangerous to dive off high areas into water below.
Worthless.
Worthless.
This is a worthless car because it's too old.
Extremely.
Extremely.
I was extremely happy after I found out we were going to Canada for a holiday.
All right. Who doesn't want to go to Canada? Situation. It was a difficult situation when our car broke down.
Very difficult.
Not okay.
Not okay.
Not okay.
So actually, we think this just means okay because in Taiwan, right, it means okay. In
That's
America,
right.
Canada,
you mean this hand gesture,
this hand
right?
gesture.
Use your thumb and your index finger to make a circle, and the other 3 all straight up, right?
Yeah, but it could mean different things in different countries.
Such as?
So like in Japan?
Yes.
Japan, it means money.
Oh, so when you go like this, and then people would think that you might be talking about money.
Okay, okane.
Okane is money in Japanese.
Well, maybe I wonder why. Who knows why? But it can also be an insult in some places. Like in Europe, it could mean you're zero. You're nothing.
Okay, so it could be an insult.
It could be an insult. So you need to be careful.
And then I heard that, in South America, it's very rude to do this okay gesture.
Ooh.
So it's safer to just say okay, but
okay.
don't do this hand gesture.
Do you know which gesture is always safe?
What's always safe?
All right.
Really?
Cool.
Is this one always safe?
I don't think so. I'm sure there's some country where this would be bad.
Or maybe just smile.
Just smile.
Just smile. I think that's safer.
All right, everybody. And this one, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See you next time.
See you next time.
A few okay facts.
Aside from saying it, many of us also use a hand gesture to indicate okay. You bring together your thumb and first finger to form a circle and hold your other fingers straight. This OK gesture is widely used around the world as a sign of approval, and it even has some special uses. For example, in underwater diving, it's used to indicate that nothing is wrong.
Welcome to Live Interactive English Magazine. Today's lesson is called A Few OK Facts. Day 2. Hi everyone, my name is Jeff, charter member of the OK Club.
Really? You're a member?
I wasn't alive in 1840.
No, and there's no club like that these days. But we are learning about the expression okay or all right. It generally means that. We learned yesterday a little bit about the history of the written okay. It might have been from a newspaper, maybe from an election campaign in 1840 in America. But today, we're going to be talking about that thing that you just did with your fingers, that symbol, that sign, or that gesture of okay. And we have this gesture, we have the word as well in our first sentence. So let's get to it. It says, aside from saying it or writing it, many of us also use a hand gesture to indicate okay. And yes, I'm making a hand gesture here. You might recognize that as being the okay gesture. But there are other gestures. You can wave like this. You can tell someone to come here, or do it like this, as people might do in other parts of the world. A gesture, this noun, is basically communication by using your hand or maybe another body part. But of course, our hands are more common. But yeah, you can nod your head, shake your head, do things with your eyes or your neck or whatever. But generally, you're communicating by using a body part, not by using words or writing things. All right, so gestures send short but easy to understand messages. For example, shaking your head is a common gesture for no.
This is nodding your head. That means
nodding.
yes. Shaking your head, that's a gesture for no.
There you go.
Yes,
so how do we make the okay gesture?
It's pretty simple. You bring together your thumb and first finger to form a circle and hold your other fingers straight. And this okay gesture, okay, is widely used around the world as a sign of approval, and it even has some special uses.
It's an emoji.
Yeah. I'm okay. Things are good. I'm okay. Now, for example, in underwater diving, scuba diving, it's used to indicate that nothing is wrong. Yeah, you can't scream and yell underwater when you're in scuba gear and have people understand what you're saying. You have to have a gesture to tell someone that you're okay, that nothing is wrong, that you're doing all right. And if you just dive, that means you jump into the water head first. That's not the case here. Underwater diving is swimming underwater for a long period of time. You might have a tank with air on it so that you can breathe underwater while you're doing it, or you might have a pipe called a snorkel that will allow you to breathe while you're swimming underwater. But here, underwater diving, it's scuba diving. That's the diving with the tank and the air and the mask and stuff like that. It allows you to swim underwater for a very long time. Anyways, for example, it's dangerous to dive off high areas into water below. That's the headfirst jumping dive that we're talking about. Anyways, folks, with that, it's time for us to take a break. But don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Hanny。第一天的课文介绍了 OK 的由来，那今天则是要介绍 OK 的使用与禁忌。我们平常除了会说 OK， 也会使用到 OK 的手势。那在世界各地，这个手势被广泛用来当作表示赞同的手势。它甚至还有一些特殊的用途，像在海底潜水的时候啊，潜水人员他们不能讲话，所以会用 OK 的手势来表达一切都没有问题。好，这边有两个单字 gesture。Gesture 表示手势或者是示意动作，那么 dive 是动词，表示潜水或是跳水。这样老师在提到跳水时说头会往前嘛，那老师用到 head first 这个字就可以当形容词或当副词来表达头向前地。顺便补充一下 snorkel 这个名词是指潜水用的呼吸管，那么 air tank 就可以用来表达氧气筒。另外文中的 underwater 则是形容水下的或者是海中的。接回课文中。
A few okay facts.
However, the gesture means different things in certain countries. For instance, in Japan, it sometimes means money. In some European countries, such as France, showing somebody this gesture means that you think they are a zero or worthless. In South America, it is extremely rude and may cause great offense. If you go abroad and aren't sure whether to use the gesture, it's safer to just say, okay.
The hand gesture for okay. We all know and love it, but get this. However, the gesture means different things in certain countries.
That's right. Just as I said, come here in Taiwan would be this in North America. So if you do that there, people might not quite understand what you're doing. In different countries, these gestures sometimes do mean different things. So if you do that, for instance, in Japan, it sometimes means money. So if you're asking someone to borrow some money, you're doing this, like, hey, can I borrow a few coins to buy something? Maybe because, well, money is round, or Japanese coins often have a circle in the middle of them. So it means something a little bit different in Japan, and in some European countries, such as France. Showing someone this gesture means that you think they are a zero or worthless.
It does look like a zero.
Like a zero, yeah. So you're saying that person is a zero. When we say someone is a zero, we're kind of saying we don't like them very much. We don't respect them very much. We think they are worthless. This adjective worthless means it's not worth anything. It basically has no value. Okay, a piece of garbage is worthless. If you try to sell an old, empty, crushed water bottle and say, hey, give me 10 NT for this, people say, no, why would I give you? It's worth nothing. It's worthless. If you say it to a person, it's an insult. You're basically disrespecting that person, telling them they're not important. But, if it's a friend or you're competing in some way, it might be considered part of the game, but it's kind of rude, a rude thing to say. But worthless can mean lots of different things, but basically it has no value. For example, this is a worthless car because it's too old.
Anyways, more on how this gesture can mean different things in different places.
So money in Japan, you're worthless in France.
Then in South America,
yes.
Get this, in South America, this gesture, it is extremely rude and may cause great offense. If you did that in South America, people might get angry at you, or they might be offended and they might start to cry because this gesture in South America is extremely rude. Now, here we've got the word extremely, and it is an extreme word, this adverb is. The word extremely is kind of like the word very, just stronger. Yes, in South America, this is very rude. No, it's more serious than that. It's extremely rude. For example, I was extremely happy after I found out we were going to Canada for a holiday. Woohoo! I'm extremely happy, Canada!
You are super, super happy. And in Canada, you can use that gesture. But yes, in South America, maybe you can say okay, but kind of leave the gesture to another country. Don't use the gesture. So, as it says there, if you go abroad and aren't sure whether to use the gesture, it's safer to just say okay. People will definitely understand that, but yeah, using the hand gesture could start a fight or get you in trouble, and you don't want that. So be careful of the different cultures when you're traveling around. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more, and it'll be okay.
Okay.
虽然说很多人都知道 OK 的手势表示赞同，不过这个手势在某些国家有不同的意思。像在日本，它有时候是指钱；那在某些欧洲国家，像是法国，如果你对某个人用这个手势，就表示你认为他们是零，也就是毫无价值。而在南美，这个手势非常不礼貌，而且可能会造成很大的反感。所以出国的时候，如果你不确定该不该用 OK 的手势，你直接用说的比较安全。那这边有两个单字 Worthless 是形容没有价值的、没有用的。那么 Mike 老师提到用 worthless 来形容人是很没有礼貌的，它是一种侮辱。老师用到 disrespect， 它是动词，就表示不尊敬、轻蔑或是对什么无礼。那么 insult 当名词表示侮辱或是羞辱。好，下一个单字 extremely， 它表示极度、极其或是极端地。它的形容词就是去掉 ly 变成 extreme 就是形容极端的或是极度的。好，至于补充单字 offense 它表示冒犯、触怒，是当名词。那它的动词是 offend 也是指冒犯啊、触怒。接回到课文中。
A few okay facts.
Saying okay is a simple, easy way to make yourself understood. This short word can be applied to many different situations. In terms of usefulness, you might say that okay is more than just okay.
All right, everyone. Saying okay is a simple, easy way to make yourself understood. We all know that. And yes, okay, saying okay, the gesture for okay, these things are also very useful. This short word and gesture, but this short word can be applied to many different situations.
That's right. Many different situations. Here's a word, situation. It's a noun. Basically, a situation is what's going on at a certain time. Situations will change. Sometimes you'll have good situations where something happy or some, hopeful thing happens. Sometimes you'll have bad or even a dangerous situation. If a bear gets loose in a zoo, that would be a dangerous situation. But of course, they'll catch the bear and put him back in the cage, and the situation will be resolved or be over. When things happen, we have situations. They come in all shapes and sizes. And of course, we often use an adjective to describe the situation. A dangerous situation, a happy situation, a worrying situation. These are all different things that are going on at different times. For example, it was a difficult situation when our car broke down. We're on the highway in between two big cities, no help around. This is a difficult thing that's happening at that time. Anyways, back to okay. Talking about how to use it and when to use it, it is generally okay to say the word. In terms of usefulness, you might just say that okay is more than just okay. It really is a very useful term. I've used it in almost every country I've traveled to and never had anyone look at me and go, huh? What do you mean?
And I like how they use that word okay in another way. Sometimes when you're feeling just so-so, you say, I'm okay. Not good, not bad. But the usefulness of okay is more than just, okay, hi, how.
So it's not just a little useful,
it's
super very, very useful.
All right, folks, that's it for our article, but we are not through quite yet. It's time for the What Do You Think question. Mike, would you use a gesture to say okay abroad?
Well, I'd say, now I wouldn't, because now I know more about how it could be misunderstood in different countries. I would still say it, but I might be a little more careful about keeping my hand at my side and not using that gesture. Or another interesting thing would be ask a local person about the gesture and maybe learn about the culture.
I think that sounds fantastic. Okay, everyone, our discussion of okay is now over, and it's time for us to say bye-bye, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
I think that was okay.
OK 这个简短的字词可以用在许多不同的情境当中，它就像 emoji 一样，也就是表情符号绘文字一样，可以让人简单快速的了解到你要表达的意思。就好用程度来说 ，OK 的好用程度并不是只有 OK 而已哦，而是非常非常好用。我们最后来看单字 situation， 它表示情况或是情境，是当名词。那么文中的 in terms of 什么什么，它表达就什么什么方面来说。那刚刚 Mike 老师说，看完这2天的课文，他以后会少用 OK 这个手势，改用讲的，或是在出国的时候可以询问当地人当地的用法，以免造成误解。老师有用到 misunderstand 这个动词就表示误解、曲解。那它的字首 mis 它有错误的语义。好，那 misunderstand 它的动词3态是 misunderstand, misunderstood, misunderstood。好啦，以上是这些讲解，同学别走开，马上回来哦。大家好，我是 Hanny。 在今天的课程中，我们要介绍4个文法重点。第一个是 aside from 加上名词或动名词的不同意思。第二个是 if 引导条件句。第三个是 whether to 加原形动词来当名词片语。第四个是 it is 形容词加 to 加原形动词。首先，我们来学习 aside from 加上名词或动名词的不同意思。片语介系词 aside from 跟 apart from 用法相同，之后是接名词或动名词，可以指下列2种意思。第一种是表达除了什么什么之外还有什么，那它之后所接的人事物有包括在内，意思就相当于 besides 或是 in addition to。例如 aside from jogging, he also likes swimming. 除了慢跑之外，他还喜欢游泳。第二种是表达除了什么什么以外，之后所接的人事物不包括在内，这时候意思相当于 except for。例如 aside from a slice of bread, she hasn't eaten anything today. 她今天除了有吃一片面包之外，其他什么都没吃了。接下来，我们来学习 if 引导条件句。if 当连接词可以引导条件副词子句，表示如果要是怎么样。这时候子句当中是用直说法，不需要用假设法。那常见的句型是 if 主词加动词，逗号，主词加上 will, can, may 等等，再加原形动词。例如 If the weather is nice, we will have a picnic in the park. 如果天气好的话，我们会去公园野餐。另外 if 引导条件句的时候，主要子句也可以用祈使句表达，像是 If Tina comes back, wake me up. 要是 Tina 回来的话，你就把我叫醒。接下来我们来学习 whether 加上不定词做名词片语的用法。whether 之后可以接不定词，也就是 to 加原形动词来形成名词片语。它就跟名词子句 whether 加主词加助动词加动词的意思相同。当名词子句中的主词跟主要子句中的主词相同，而且名词子句中有情态助动词，像是 should, can, could 等等，就可以简化成名词片语 whether to 加原形动词。例如He wanted to know whether he should make a reservation. 可以简化成 He wanted to know whether to make a reservation. 他想知道是否要订位。最后，我们来学习 It is 形容词加不定词的用法。It is 形容词加不定词原本的句型是不定词加 is 加形容词，表示做某事是怎么样的。那形容词是用来修饰主词，也就是不定词。在 it is 形容词加不定词的句型当中， it 是虚主词，用来代替真正的主词，也就是不定词。例如 To maintain a balanced diet is important. 那这个句型把它改作 It's important to maintain a balanced diet. 维持均衡饮食是很重要的。以上是今天的重点整理，我们下次见喽 See you next time, bye!
I can't believe how fast the time has passed by. Wow, we sure had a great time today. Hope you can join us again for Live Interactive English. See you next time.
Now you're listening to Live Interactive English. Pay attention, everybody.
Hi everyone, welcome to Live Interactive English. This is Karen.
Hello everybody, this is Shane.
Today we are looking at a lesson called The Rarest Dog in the World. And the vocabulary words are domestic.
Domestic.
The flight is domestic, not international.
Vision.
Vision.
Bears can see well. Their vision is similar to that of humans.
Very.
Very.
Hotel prices vary and often depend on the time of year.
Communicate.
Communicate.
Using a computer, you can communicate with people all around the world.
Indeed.
Indeed.
She seemed very tired, and indeed she was. We're talking about the rarest dog in the world.
Yes, and it's a pretty interesting name. The New Guinea singing dog.
The New Guinea singing dog.
So they thought this dog was extinct, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, but actually, they're not extinct. We still have some, but not many. We still have some.
So
But do they look different?
Well, I want to know what kind of songs do they sing? I think they kind of just look like a normal dog. They're not that, you don't look at them and think, whoa, that's a really strange looking dog. It looks like an ordinary dog.
Okay, so they behave and act basically the same way as dogs.
But they can climb really well. So they can climb trees kind of like how cats do.
Really?
And
so
they
can climb trees?
Yeah, and they see really well in the dark, just like cats.
Okay, but the thing I'm most curious about is the singing part.
Yeah, me too. But I guess it's more
sing?
like how wolves sing,
Like howl? Okay.
Like that more. So I think that sound, because it sounds like they're singing together. Because they're in packs of dogs, and so I think it sounds like a song when they get together.
But this is probably how they communicate with each other.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Pretty cool, huh?
Okay, let's learn more about these cool dogs.
Okay, enjoy.
Enjoy.
The rarest dog in the world.
The New Guinea singing dog is the world's rarest dog. For many years, people believed that these animals were extinct in the wild. Happily, just last year, news broke that scientists had discovered a small population in the mountains of New Guinea.
Welcome to Live Interactive English Magazine. Today's lesson is called The Rarest Dog in the World. Hi everyone, my name is Jeff.
And I'm Mike. Yeah, we're talking about dogs, but not your average pooch, your average mutt, or even a not-so-average golden retriever. No. Those are common, normal, regular dogs. What we're talking about is the world's rarest dog. Something that's rare is hard to find. It's very unique. It's 1 in a million. So this dog is a very, very unusual, very special, and very rare dog. What is it?
New Guinea.
From New Guinea?
From New Guinea.
Remember that big island north of Australia?
Yep, there you have it.
Dogs come from
Now,
there?
yes,
it was just cassowaries.
Anyways, the reason I know this dog comes from New Guinea is because the dog is called the New Guinea singing dog. And yes,
That's a good clue.
The New Guinea singing dog is the world's rarest dog. And get this, for many years, people believed that these animals were extinct in the wild. So this dog is literally rare, okay? It's a super rare dog. People at one time thought that it was extinct, okay? There were so few of them that people assumed that they had gone extinct and that all of them had died out.
Kind of like the dinosaurs.
Kind of like the dinosaurs.
The dodo or something like that. But the New Guinea singing dog was not extinct, and happily, we read happily, just last year, news broke that scientists had discovered a small population in the mountains of New Guinea. So scientists exploring the mountainous regions, or the parts of New Guinea with many mountains and thick forests, they found a small group of these dogs living and, I assume, singing together. They probably heard them from another valley. Oh, sole mio, and climbed the hill and
You're saying the New Guinea singing dogs sing in Italian?
They sing opera, don't they?
Let's go ahead and take a break right now and get this straightened out.
They're singing dogs.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Hanny。今天的课文主角是狗，不过不是一般常见的狗哦，而是世界上最稀有的狗——新几内亚的唱犬 （New Guinea Singing Dog）。很多年以来呢，大家都以为这种动物在野外已经绝种了。不过就在去年，科学家在新几内亚的山区发现少数的新几内亚唱犬。好，文中的 extinct， 它是形容绝迹的、绝种的。那么 in the wild 只是指在野外。刚刚 Mike 老师在开场白呢，他有提到 pooch， 还有提到 mutt， 还有 golden retriever。Pooch 在口语中就是指狗，那么 mutt 常常用来指混种的狗。至于 golden retriever 就是指黄金猎犬。 老师还有提到新几内亚一种鸟类叫做 cassowary， 它是指鹤鸵，又称为食火鸡。那这种鸟它不会飞，而且它是世界上第3大的鸟哦。接回课文中。
The rarest dog in the world.
The New Guinea singing dog is mainly gold with a white tipped tail. They look a lot like their closest relative, the dingo. And like the dingo, singing dogs, or singers, are quite different from domestic dogs. One big difference is that singers can climb trees. Although domestic dogs have good night vision, singers can see even better at night, much like cats. And of course, singers sing. Packs of singing dogs create songs, which sound like soft wolf howls that vary in pitch. They do this in order to communicate with one another from far away.
All right, you guys, let's learn some more about the New Guinea singing dog. The New Guinea singing dog is mainly gold in color, with a white-tipped tail.
So its fur is gold. It's not made of gold.
It is gold in color.
I see,
It's not an actual golden dog.
Okay, sounds quite lovely. And apparently it says they look a lot like their closest relative, the dingo. Okay, the dingo is an Australian wild dog that was based on sort of a normal dog that then became sort of wild, but they look fairly dog-like, not big like wolves or not really small like foxes. A dingo is a fairly average-looking dog, and so some of these are nearby on a neighboring island in New Guinea, so they look very, very similar. And it says, like the dingo, singing dogs, or singers, as they're also called, are quite different from domestic dogs. So they're not your typical pet, but, you know, they still look like normal dogs, but different from the typical dog you see walking around on a leash in a city. That kind of dog would be a domestic dog. And we call that kind of dog domestic as opposed to wild, because domestic, this adjective means, well, it can mean within a country or within a home as well. We often use domestic to talk about politics or travel, right? Domestic politics happens within the country. International happens outside. Domestic travel, if you travel from Taipei to Kaohsiung or Taichung to Yilan, that's domestic travel within Taiwan. International would be going overseas to Hong Kong or China or Japan or even further. Now, a domestic dog is something you might find in a home. A wild dog would be something like an African wild dog, a hyena, a wolf, a fox, something you'd see on a nature channel out in the wild or possibly in a zoo. All right, so that's when we talk about wild versus domestic. For example, the flight is domestic, not international, so you might not need your passport.
Dingoes and the New Guinea singing dogs.
Singers.
Okay, they're singers. Now, one big difference, though, between them, okay, is that singers can climb trees. And here we're talking about the difference between not New Guinea singing dogs and then the dingo. We're talking about domestic dogs and these singers. Yes, one big difference is that singers can climb trees.
That's very unusual for a dog.
That is very unusual. Cats are good climbers.
Yeah, sure.
Dogs, not so much. Now, although domestic dogs have good night vision, singers can see even better at night, much like cats.
Wow, which kind of makes sense because they live in New Guinea, which is a very heavily forested, jungly like country. So being able to move in the trees or see at night in the dark jungle would be a definite advantage. So they have very powerful vision. Very good night vision.
They can see really well.
There you go.
Yeah, vision is sight, or the ability to see well. If you've got good vision, your eyes are great. You can see a lot of details, or you might be able to see at night, whereas anyone else might not see anything in the darkness of that night. So, good night vision. That means that you can see well when it's dark outside at night. Anyways, the word vision is a noun. For example, bears can see well.
Oh.
Their vision is similar to that of humans. Now, one other thing, one other difference. Singers sing.
That's right.
Yeah, that previous sentence should read, and of course, singers sing.
Yeah, singing dogs. Now, this is actually even more unusual than dogs that climb trees or see well at night. What is a singing dog? Well, packs of singing dogs create songs. Notice the quote, songs, so they're not going to do the latest Taylor Swift hit, but songs which sound like soft wolf howls that vary in pitch. All right, most of us have heard a wolf howl, maybe not in the wild, but in a cartoon or in a movie. Oh, that kind of noise that wolves make when they're hunting or communicating, especially at night. And that's the kind of thing that singing dogs do, but it varies in pitch a little bit more than your typical wolf howl would. To vary basically means to change. To change a little bit or a lot, but generally within a range. We often talk about music notes varying in a song. If you have a song that always sings on the same note, it's very boring, so the notes go up and down. Temperatures vary as well through the day. At nighttime, it's colder. In the afternoon, it's warmer. In the summer, it's hotter. In the winter, it's colder. It changes just like that. It varies. For example, hotel prices vary and often depend on the time of year. Yeah, if you go in the summer during holidays, the hotel prices will be higher. In the winter time or when everyone's working, they'll be lower. Vary, of course, is a verb. Okay, so they sing, they howl, but it's a bit more of a musical howling than normal wolves do.
Yeah, it's not Italian opera
No.
when they're making these songs or when they're singing. Now,
That's too
why do they sing?
Yeah.
Well, they do this in order to communicate with one another from far away.
Like
Now,
wolves.
Like wolves do.
Okay.
Anyways, when human beings communicate, they talk to one another, let's say. They express themselves using language or signals or something like that. Here, these dogs are doing the same thing. Only thing is, dogs can't really talk, okay? They can't form words and they don't have the brain to create a language or anything like that. But they can communicate. They can express themselves. They can say, hey, I'm here and stuff like that by using howls and sounds. This is how they communicate, express themselves, or make themselves known to other things, other dogs. For example, using a computer, you can communicate with people all around the world. You can talk with them on Skype. You can IM them. You can do all sorts of stuff on Facebook and stuff like that. You can communicate with these people. All right, folks, with that, it's time for us to take a break, but don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
新几内亚唱犬这种狗的外观主要是金色的，那尾巴的尾端呢是白色的，看起来就跟它们的近亲澳洲野犬很像。Dingo 就是澳洲野犬，那么 relative 在课文里面它是当名词，表示亲缘动物，它也有亲戚的意思。好，那么课文提到说，唱犬跟我们一般的家犬有很大的不同，有一个明显的差异就是唱犬会爬树。虽然家犬的夜视能力很好，在晚上可以看得比人类清楚许多，可是唱犬更厉害哦，它们的夜视能力就像猫一样，可以看得更清楚。除此之外，唱犬还会唱歌，很多群的唱犬他们会自创歌曲，听起来就像很轻柔的狼叫声，然后还会有音调变化。他们唱歌是为了要跟远方的唱犬互相交流。好，先来看4个单字。 Domestic 它是形容动物是作为宠物饲养的或者是家用的，它也可以用来指国内的，像是 domestic flight 表示国内航班。另外，刚刚 Mike 老师提到 hyena 这是指猎狗、土狼这种动物。那这种动物它是野生的，不是当作宠物来饲养。下一个单字 vision 这是指视力，我们可以用 have good vision 来表达视力好， have poor vision 表达视力差。再来看 vary 它是动词，表示变化、改变或是不同。Communicate 这表示沟通交流，也是当动词来用。至于补充单字 howl 它表示狗啊或是狼嚎叫声，也可以用来指人啊，可能因为疼痛啊愤怒而吼叫这样子。好，接回到课文中。
The rarest dog in the world.
To be sure, the chances of spotting them in the wild are still low. but these shy, rare dogs are indeed out there singing their songs, even if we may never hear them.
Okay, folks, remember, we're talking about the rarest dog in the world. So if you went to New Guinea, don't expect to see New Guinea dogs, these singing dogs, all over the place.
No, they're very rare, and you'd probably have to travel through jungle, maybe even for several days to find them. It says to be sure, or definitely for sure, to be sure the chances of spotting them in the wild are still low. Now, a lot of people might know that, going to see gorillas in Africa, that's not an easy thing, and you have to travel for many, many miles into the jungle to do it. That would be the kind of trip we're talking about here. But it says these shy, rare dogs are indeed out there singing their songs, even if we may never hear them. So they are actually out there. They are indeed out there. And indeed, this adverb is used in much of the way that we might use actually or truly or definitely. We're reinforcing something that is true. We're kind of pointing it out that it's special, it's unique. It might be hard to believe, but it is true. It's not a story. It's not made up. It's not a lie. I am indeed, definitely telling you the truth. For example, she seemed very tired, and indeed, she was. It wasn't just a bad guess. We weren't saying, you look tired. No, she really was definitely, indeed, tired. So they are out there.
They're there, even if you never hear them when you're there in New Guinea, let's say. The New Guinea dog, the New Guinea singing dog, is out there. It just happens to be the rarest dog in the world.
It's not a lie. It's not an internet rumor. It's not something from a story. It's all true.
They're there. All right, folks, that's it for our article, but we still have a question to ask.
Okay.
What do you think question? Mike, what do you think? How do you feel about the recent finding of living New Guinea singing dogs?
In my opinion, this is exciting news, since even today, scientists are still discovering rare species or small communities of animals they thought were extinct. It gives us hope that one day they might find Bigfoot, or the Loch Ness Monster, or maybe not those, but other interesting animals that are unknown to science. It shows that there are still mysteries out there in the world, and it's all worth exploring.
Extinction is bad, so
this
is good.
Well, we don't want dinosaurs to come back.
Maybe you don't. All right, folks, with that, it's time for us to take a break, but don't go away. We'll be right back with more fun soon.
科学家在新几内亚山区发现的炝犬数量不多，想要在野外发现它们几率还是很低。不过至少我们可以肯定的是，这些稀有的狗狗确实有在野外的某些角落唱着它们的歌。我们最后来看单字 indeed。Indeed， 它是副词，表示的确、确实或是实际上。那它的意思就跟 actually 或是 truly 或是 definitely 差不多。Mike 老师在解释单字时用到 reinforce 这个动词表示强化或者是使什么更具说服力。另外文中的副词 to be sure 表示可以肯定的事。好啦，那么以上是这个讲解，同学们别走开，马上回来哦。大家好，我是 Hanny。在今天的课程中，我们要介绍3个文法重点。第一个是 had 加上过去分词，也就是过去完成式。第二个是与感官有关的连缀动词用法。第三个是 in order to 加原形动词的用法。首先，我们来学习过去完成式，也就是 had 加上过去分词。过去完成式表示在过去某动作或某个时间点之前就已经完成的动作或是事情，它常常搭配过去简单式来表达过去2个动作或是事实发生的先后。先发生的是用过去完成式，后发生的用过去简单式。例如Ben had finished his homework when his mother came home. 当 Ben 的妈妈回家时，他已经写好功课了。Ben 写好功课是先发生的事，所以用过去完成式。妈妈回家是后发生的事，所以用过去简单式。接下来 我们来学习与感官有关的连缀动词用法。感官动词 sound 听起来， smell 闻起来， taste 尝起来， look 看起来， feel 感觉起来等等，可以作为连缀动词，后面接形容词，或者是接 like 再加名词。例如 The milk tea tastes sweet. 这奶茶尝起来甜甜的。The soap smells like roses. 这块肥皂闻起来像玫瑰。最后，我们来学习 in order to 加上原形动词的用法。In order to 加原形动词表示为了什么样的目的，也可以直接用 to 加原形动词表示。In order to 加动词呢，可以放在句首或是句中。放在句首时要用逗号跟后面的主要子句隔开。例如 He pulled his car over in order to look at the map. 为了要看地图，他把车停到路边。再看个例句 In order to concentrate on the book, she turned the TV off. 为了要专注在那本书上，她把电视关掉了。以上是今天的重点整理，我们下次见喽 See you next time, bye!
I can't believe how fast the time has passed by. Wow, we sure had a great time today. Hope you can join us again for Live Interactive English. See you next time.
Now you're listening to Live Interactive English. Pay attention, everybody.
Hi everyone, welcome to Live Interactive English. This is Karen.
What's up, everybody? I'm Shane.
Today we're looking at day 1 of the Emerald City, Seattle, Washington. And the vocabulary words are origin.
Origin.
The pizza's place of origin is Italy.
Chain.
Chain.
There are many chain stores in the new mall.
Structure.
Structure.
That gray steel structure is a new piece of art.
Elevator.
Elevator.
The elevator is always full of people early in the morning.
Musician.
Musician.
Phil's dream is to become a musician.
Good for Phil.
That's right.
There are a lot of musicians and a lot of bands come from Seattle.
Because we're talking about Seattle, right?
We are. They have a kind of a cool culture there, like music, coffee. It's kind of a relaxed, chill kind of vibe there.
So I take it that you have been to Seattle before.
I have, and I'm from the West Coast in the United States, and I think a lot of the West Coast culture is quite similar.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're really famous there for everyone has seen the Space Needle.
Okay.
Right?
So that's like an icon, like a tourist attraction.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of what Seattle's most famous for is that. And also for the biggest coffee retailer in the whole world.
Are you talking about
Starbucks. That's the original Starbucks is in Seattle.
The very first Starbucks, right?
Yeah.
How is that different? Have you been to that one before?
Well, I do remember one different thing about it is that there are no seats in there. You have
really?
Yeah, there's no place to sit.
So we got tables, and people just kind of stand around the tables, kind of?
No, I don't think there's even tables. You just get your coffee and go. It's not very big.
Okay, okay. But that was the very first Starbucks.
Yeah, and I've been there.
That's pretty awesome. Okay, let's learn more about this beautiful city, Seattle.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Enjoy.
The Emerald City, Seattle, Washington.
What city has a tower that looks like a spaceship and is the origin of the world's most famous coffee chain? The answer is Seattle. Located in the Pacific Northwest, Seattle may often be rainy, but it's always worth a trip.
Welcome to Live Interactive English Magazine. Today's lesson is called The Emerald City, Seattle, Washington. Day 1. Hi, everyone. My name is Jeff.
And I'm Mike. And if you're familiar with American geography, you might know Seattle as being one of the big cities on the West Coast, on the Pacific coast of America. So basically, if you fly over the ocean from Taiwan, Seattle might be one of the first cities you'd come to. It's up in the northwest. It's very green. It's very wet. There's lots of wonderful natural scenery with the mountains nearby, great forests for hiking. And in the city itself, you'll find great food, great culture, and a good cup of coffee from a company you might have heard of. So for the next couple of days, we'll be exploring and discovering more about Seattle, Washington, the Emerald City.
Yeah, it's not Oz.
It's not in Oz. This isn't Dorothy and the Witch.
This is the Emerald City, Seattle, Washington. The gem of the Pacific Northwest.
Emeralds are green, so and the trees.
There you go. Okay. Further on a map, yes, this part of the United States is in the Northwest, but in America, that region is called the Pacific Northwest.
Okay.
In the Northwest, near the Pacific Ocean. Anyways, let's get started. What city has a tower that looks like a spaceship and is the origin of the world's most famous coffee chain? There's the question. I think the answer is
the Emerald City.
Seattle. Anyways, let's go ahead and talk about the word origin right now. It's a noun. When we're talking about the origin of something, we're talking about where that thing came from, where it started, where it began. You could ask a question like, what are the origins of life? Where did life come from? Good question. Anyways, let's look at an example sentence for this word origin. For example, the pizza's place of origin is Italy, i.e., that's where it all started. People started making pizza in one place, Italy.
And Seattle is the city of origin of a very big coffee chain. Now, when we talk about a chain, we're talking about a company that has many different stores, many different branches all around the world. It's not just one store that was set up by one person and that's the only one in the world. No, a chain is usually a big company, a big corporation, and they open shops or stores or restaurants in many cities in many parts of the world. Usually,
like Gap.
Some of the big chains might include
H&M.
Gap, H&M,
Pizza Hut,
McDonald's, thank you very much. These are big chains. You can find a McDonald's or a Gap or a Pizza Hut in many countries and many cities around the world. We call it a chain because, like a chain, it's a connected series or a connected network of businesses. For example, there are many chain stores in the new mall. You can find all the big brands there, all the big companies.
And there's also a Starbucks there, which is the chain that we're going to be talking about in this case. Anyways, yes, the answer to this question is Seattle. The answer is Seattle, and located in the Pacific Northwest. Seattle may often be rainy, but it's always worth a trip. So go there. It's rainy, but the rain makes it green, makes it beautiful. And anyway, Seattle, it won't let you down. It's always worth a trip.
It's worth your time to travel there. You'll have a good time. And we will prove it to you after the break.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Hanny。这次要介绍的旅游景点是西雅图 （Seattle）。西雅图位于华盛顿州，它又被称为 Emerald City 翡翠之城。Emerald 这个名词，它表示祖母绿啊、绿宝石，那它也可以用来形容翠绿色的。刚刚 Jeff 老师用到 gem 这个字 ，G-E-M，gem 表示宝石。好，课文一开始问我们说，什么城市有一座看起来像太空船的高塔，而且还是世界最著名咖啡连锁店的源头呢？答案就是西雅图。虽然西雅图常常下雨，可是这个城市非常值得造访。我们先来看两个单字 ，origin。Origin 它表示起源、由来，它是当名词来用。那顺便补充它的相关词性 original 它是形容最初的、原先的或是原始的。Originally 它是副词，表示最初、原先。再来看 chain 它表示连锁店，也可以用来指一连串或者是一系列的事物。Mike 老师在解释单字时用到 corporation 是指公司或者是企业。接回到课文中。
The Emerald City, Seattle, Washington.
Seattle's most famous structure is the 605-foot-tall Space Needle, which was originally built for the Seattle World's Fair in 1962. It looks like a UFO with a set of long white legs. Take the elevator to the top for excellent views of the city.
Okay, before the break, we mentioned a building that looks like a spaceship. Apparently, Seattle has one of these. It's called the Space Needle. Anyways, yes, Seattle's most famous structure is the 605-foot-tall Space Needle, which was originally built for the Seattle World's Fair in 1962. That's when they built this Space Needle in honor of the World's Fair coming to Seattle. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about the next vocabulary word in our lesson. It's the noun structure. A structure is kind of like a building. It's something that you build for the most part. Now, one note, structures are usually somewhat large. But yes, this word structure is kind of a general word that can refer to pretty much anything that is built. A skyscraper like Taipei 101 is a structure. The Space Needle is a structure. Any building can be called a structure, as can any bridge or anything like that. You can even call some statues a structure. For example, that gray steel structure is a new piece of art. That statue or piece of sculpture, yes, can be called a structure. Okay, more on this spaceship-like structure known as the Space Needle. Apparently, it looks like a UFO.
That's right. Maybe if you think of a science fiction movie from the 1960s, it kind of looks like a rocket ship or maybe a UFO from that time. It doesn't look like the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars or anything like that. It's a tower, but it's got a definite spacey kind of feeling to it. And yes, it looks like a UFO with a set of long white legs. Not too different from the Tokyo Sky Tower or the CN Tower in Toronto, Canada. And like those, you can get to the top to get a great view of the city. It says, take the elevator to the top for excellent views of the city. Absolutely. It's a wonderful place to go on a beautiful, clear day. You can see the city. You can see Puget Sound and the Pacific Ocean and all the wonderful geography around Seattle. And yes, an elevator is the way most people would go to the top. You could climb the stairs, but you'd have very sore legs, so I would recommend taking the elevator. Elevator is one of our featured words here. It's a noun. An elevator is basically just that machine that lifts and lowers things. When you go into a tall building and you press a button and that little box or that little room opens and you step inside and pick the floor you want to go to and it goes up or it brings you back down. You are in an elevator. Don't get confused, though, with an escalator, E-S-C-A-L-A-T-O-R. Escalator are those moving stairs that you might take in a department store or something like that. The elevator is the one that will get you much higher, much faster. For example, the elevator is always full of people early in the morning. It's a busy time when people are going to work and stuff.
There you go. Elevator, box, escalator, stairs. That's all there is to it. All right, folks, with that, it's time for us to take a break. But don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
第一站，我们来到西雅图最著名的建筑物太空针塔 Space Needle。这座塔原本是为了1962年西雅图世界博览会所建造的。World's Fair 就表示世界博览会。那 Jeff 老师刚刚提到说，太空针塔是为了庆祝那一届世界博览会在西雅图举办而建造。那老师用到 in honor of 这个片语 ，in honor of 就表示为了庆祝什么，或者是向什么致敬、纪念。好，太空针塔它的外观造型看起来像飞碟一样，有着又长又白的支柱，然后这个高度超过600英尺。你可以搭电梯到塔顶去看看这座城市的美景。Mike 老师说，你还可以看到 Puget Sound， 就是普吉特海湾，它是位于西雅图西岸的峡湾。好，其实 sound 这个字它除了指声音，它也可以指峡湾或是海湾。好，这边有2个单字 structure 它表示建筑物或是结构体或者是构造，是当名词。Jeff 老在解释单字时提到 skyscraper skyscraper 这是指摩天大楼。下一个单字 elevator 是电梯。好，那电扶梯的英文叫做 escalator。接回到课文中。
The Emerald City, Seattle, Washington.
Next to the Space Needle is the Museum of Pop Culture. Step inside and you'll find exhibits on film, video games, and Seattle rock musicians. Don't forget the Marvel Comics exhibit, which features original art and more. Feeling hungry? Head to Pike Place Market. This public market is the home of the original Starbucks, which opened in 1971. Unlike other Starbucks stores, this one has no seats. Once you've got your coffee, get yourself a Seattle-style hot dog with cream cheese and onions.
Okay, when you're done with the Space Needle and taking in all the amazing views from the top of the Space Needle, maybe next you want to move on and visit a museum. Well, you are in luck. Next to the Space Needle is the Museum of Pop Culture.
That's right. I believe it used to be called the Experience Music Project. But if you're into pop music, rock music, things like that, you can definitely check this place out. It's a very sort of modern, high-tech style of museum. It says step inside and you'll find exhibits on film, video games, and Seattle rock musicians for fans of Nirvana, or even going all the way back to Jimi Hendrix, who was a Seattle rock musician. You can find lots of good stuff about them, as well as video games, who doesn't love that, and film as well. So basically, if you like pop culture, you'll find something in this museum to entertain. But yes, Seattle is famous for music, grunge music, going back to garage rock in the 60s with The Sonics, great band. And a musician is just a person who plays music. You could be a professional musician, you could be a famous rock musician, or you could just be someone who likes to play a little bit on the weekends with your friends. As long as you're playing music at just an okay level, you can call yourself a musician.
You can call yourself a musician if you're good at music, or if you like to play music, but you don't make it into a museum by being a weekend musician. These rock musicians in this museum were people who played music and they got paid for it. They're professional music players or musicians, and maybe some of these are still alive, but you mentioned Nirvana. Sadly, probably the biggest rock star that Seattle ever produced is no longer with us. Anyways, the word musician is a noun. For example, Phil's dream is to become a musician.
There you go.
He wants to get paid to make money. He wants to get paid to make music, I should say.
So he wants to be a professional, but maybe now he's an amateur. He does it just for fun.
He plunks on his guitar alone in his room, but he can dream. Anyways.
Good on you.
There's more in this museum.
Oh, really?
Don't forget the Marvel Comics exhibit, which features original art and more.
Wow.
And after all of this, if you're feeling hungry, you can head to Pike Place Market.
Okay.
This public market is the home, I should say, of the original Starbucks, which opened in 1971.
There you go. There's our famous international coffee chain, Starbucks. Yes, started in Seattle back in 1971. Now, if you go to this Starbucks store, don't expect to find the same kind of style of store that you find all around the world. It says, unlike other Starbucks stores, this one has no seats. There's nowhere to sit down, but a lot of people like to get their coffee, stand outside, take a photo. I think back in the old days, actually, when Starbucks opened, they didn't even sell coffee. They just sold coffee beans. But nowadays, you can get a coffee there, but don't plan on sitting around and reading a book or working on your laptop. You'll have to stand and drink your coffee. But once you've got your coffee, we read, get yourself a Seattle-style hot dog with cream cheese and onions. This is a Seattle-style hot dog, not a New York style or a Chicago style. In my hometown of Montreal, Canada, we have the Montreal-style steamy hot dog. But I have to say, cream cheese and onions. When I think of cream cheese, I think of a bagel. I don't think of a hot dog.
Yeah, I don't think of onions going well with the cream cheese either. So I'm thinking if I go to Seattle, I might skip this. A hot dog covered in cheese.
I'm sure
Sounds
you
like
can
you're
get,
going to gain some weight.
I'm sure you can get other styles.
I
you
hope
probably
so.
don't have to have that.
Fingers crossed. All right, folks, with that, time is up, and it's time for us to say bye-bye.
太空针塔旁边就是流行文化博物馆，你可以在这间博物馆里面看到漫威漫画展，还有电影、电玩、西雅图摇滚音乐家的展览品。那 Michael 就是提到一些知名摇滚音乐家，还有乐团，像是 Jimi Hendrix 吉米汉崔克斯，还有 Nirvana 超脱乐团等等。老师刚刚还提到 grunge 是一种另类摇滚风格，叫做垃圾音乐，或者是称作油渍摇滚啊、颓废摇滚。据说这种音乐风格是起源于西雅图。好，这边有一个单字 musician 表示乐手或是音乐家，我们可以在 musician 前面加上形容词 professional 来形容职业的，或者是 amateur 来形容业余的。而补充单字 exhibit 它表示展品或是展览展出。好，那下一站当然要尝尝当地美食咯。作者建议我们到派克市场，它是星巴克创始店的所在地。不过这间星巴克没有座位，当你买好咖啡之后，记得要去买西雅图风味的热狗来搭配，上面会有奶油 cheese 还有洋葱哦。好了，那么以上是今天的讲解，同学别走开，马上回来哦。大家好，我是 Hanny。在今天的课程中，我们要介绍3个文法重点。第一个是分词构句，第二个是 be worth 加上名词或动名词，第三个是地方副词或是地方副词片语移到句首的倒装句。首先，我们来学习分词构句。当一个句子中的前后子句主词相同的时候，可以删除其中一个主词以及连接词，并将动词改成分词形式。主动或进行的时候用现在分词，被动的时候用过去分词。例如 Beito is located in the north of Taiwan and it is famous for its hot springs. 北投位于北台湾，以温泉闻名。由于前后子句的主词都是北投，可以省略连接词 and 以及其中一个主词，像是前面的北投，并将 be 动词改为分词 being。being 通常可以省略不用，那我们只保留后方的过去分词 located， 就会形成分词构句。Located in the north of Taiwan, Beito is famous for its hot springs. 接下来我们来学习 be worth 加上名词或动名词。worth 做介系词可以表示值得什么什么的，那它的用法是 be 动词加上 worth 加上名词或动名词。例如 The book is worth reading. 这本书值得一看。The town is well worth a visit. 那个城镇很值得造访。另外 worth 也可以表达值多少钱的，那它的用法是 be 动词加上 worth 加上金额。例如 The camera is worth $15,000 NT dollars. 这台相机价值新台币15000元。最后我们来学习地方副词或是地方副词片语移到句首的倒装句。要强调表示地方的副词或副词片语时，或者是主词带有比较长的修饰语时，为了避免头重脚轻，可以将地方副词或地方副词片语移到句首，并将后方的主词和动词进行倒装。举例来说 A jar filled with cookies sat on the top shelf of the kitchen cabinet. 厨房柜子的最上层摆了一个装满饼干的罐子。那这个例句是直述句，句中的 a jar filled with cookies 是主词， sat 是动词， on the top shelf of the kitchen cabinet 则是地方副词片语。要形成倒装句时，先将地方副词片语 on the top shelf of the kitchen cabinet 移到句首，并将动词 sat 移到主词的前方，形成倒装，这样句子就会变成On the top shelf of the kitchen cabinet sat a jar filled with cookies. 另外要提醒同学们，当句中的主词是代名词时，主词和动词不倒装。以上是这些重点整理，我们下次见喽 ！See you next time. Bye.
I can't believe how fast the time has passed by. Wow, we sure had a great time today. Hope you can join us again for Live Interactive English. See you next time.